Okay, everyone. Sorry I'm late. Ran into a sugar emergency, low blood sugar. Had to deal with it. I can't keep my blood sugars regulated now. First, they were super high all the time. Now they're always low, from one extreme to the other. And I very carefully counted the carbs out. Went online, looked up what I ate, made sure I was getting the right carb count, and still had a low. And it woke me up at 5:30 this morning, which is about the time it usually happens. So usually I wake up because I feel terrible, and it's like down to like 41, 31, which is really dangerous. Now with this new um, continuous glucose monitor, when it starts dropping and it hits 70, which is considered low, it now alerts me, so I have time to catch it before it gets into super danger zone. So that's a good news. So it kind of put me behind schedule a little bit because I was trying to get it taken care of. Of course, that has to happen right when I'm supposed to be online. Um, so these last few days, I've been like really going crazy with the covers. Worried about the covers for my upcoming stories. I mean, if I don't use them, I don't use them. They're not numbered or anything. So, but I've got 7 possible planned stories. I think it's 7. So I have 7 covers, titles, at least the titles I'm using now, because I won't be able to make those covers without the Canva Pro. They don't give you too many book covers in the free Canva. So I had to do that beforehand, which is why I've been in such a crazy rush to get them done. But I just found out that I just paid for the new month, so I do have some time. I can maybe come up with a few more before I run out of time. So that's where I'm at with that. I can post those. I made a post of those covers in my blog for those of you who didn't get a chance to see them. This is what I come up with so far. Oh shoot, I have to. Wow, 200 videos. Jeez, I've been busy. Busy, busy, busy. All right. So if I post the link and pin it, okie dokie. All right. So that's that. It's on mute, so shouldn't suddenly pop on. Shouldn't. Make sure the rest of these are not going to pop on me. All right. So that's where we are now. And so I'm putting together all the stories I didn't know what to do with. And I'm going to try to rewrite them into mystery stories for my series. So I have the 7 so far with the titles that I know about, that I plan on. But if I don't use them, well, then I don't use them. Afterwards, I'll just have to make, nothing else, a picture and make it look like a cover. There's plenty of free pictures out there. Pixabay.com is a great place for getting free pictures, which you can use on commercial works without having to put any, whatever that word is, when you give people the credit. You don't have to. You can use those free of charge. So if worst comes to worst, I'll make covers that way. They're only going on my blog, so it's not as necessary for them to be super fancy. But so far, I do have 7 done. And I have 7 stories that I know of that I'm thinking about. It may not come about. I'm really excited right now and kind of manic, and I get on top of the world kind of thing and bite off more than I can chew. Right now, I need to get to work on book 1 and get it done so the editor can do her job. Still waiting to hear about assisted living, so don't know what's going on there. That could be months, probably even be years, I guess. Hopefully not years, but it could be. So, I need to get working. Maybe I'll go ahead and put the sprint up now. And get some work done until people start showing up. Got to share the screen. Of course, it's about to share the screen. I always forget to share the screen. Let's try this. Yay. Share my screen. Hey, Charlie. Nice to see you. I just started a sprint. If you'd like to join in, I will be right back. I got a couple things I have to do, and then I have to get writing. I really have to get writing. So, I did see you earlier. You were on Heather's. That's right. That was today. I forgot that. So I'll see you in a little bit. I'm going to go work on my thing. And I'll see you in 28 minutes. Hope you're still here. Bye-bye. For now. Oh boy. I had to take care of something with the neighbor. So I'm back. I didn't get to writing yet. It's gonna take me a while just to find all my documents. Oh, that's right. This dumb thing. If I unplug it, it unplugs my computer for some reason. I don't know why. Okay. So I can take that banner off. Okay. So, what are you working on today, Charlie? I loved the song last night. That was beautiful. I don't usually write to anything, but that was something I actually think I could write to without it disturbing me or my focus. Very nice. You have every reason to be proud of that song. I was amazed. I am really amazed. I don't know what I was expecting, but that was great. And she went and played that. Oh wow! So you're trying to figure out if the podcast features are worth moving my site to WordPress. Yeah, I know they started that new podcast thing. Every time I try to post something, it keeps asking me if I want to make it a podcast. No, I do not want to make it a podcast, but thank you very much for asking. I can't help you out there. I don't know the answer to that because I don't use the podcast features, but I do know that it keeps asking me if I want to. And the demonstration I got in my email sounded pretty good. Like like you could either read it yourself or you could have it read the words. You know, it kind of explained how it worked, but it's not something that I'm not really planning on doing podcasts. And I've got all this assisted living stuff hanging over my head now, and moving, and possibly not being able to live stream anymore. And then, of course, I won't have any money because the state will take everything. The little bit I get, the state will take it to pay for my assisted living. So, but I can't live here alone. So that's hanging over my head, and it's really bothering me. Yeah, and you might want to, but I have to learn WordPress all over again. WordPress is different. They keep changing it up. So anything you may even have remembered from before, forget it. So you have to completely relearn it all over again. I mean, I'm still struggling, and I've been on it for 10 years. And they just keep changing things and making it harder and harder. And just when I finally think, okay, I understand this, they change it again. So that's one of the things. I mean, I guess a lot of websites are like that. It's not just WordPress, but it's one of the more aggravating parts of it. I like WordPress for the most part, but that part of it really does bother me, that they keep changing everything up. So now they added a podcast feature, which is great, I'm not sure I have something that's really podcast worthy. If it's something I would want to do as a podcast, I don't know. Now, when it comes to the difference between WordPress and Blogger, I hate Blogger. I used to have a blog way back in the day. I hate Blogger. I would never go back to Blogger again. When I see somebody's using Blogger, I'm like, oh God, I got to deal with this website because Blogger sucks. I just want the pages to sort in the order I put them in and not however it is doing it. Yeah, Anchor. Yeah, it's Anchor. Anchor. I remember you talking about Anchor. Yeah, they're definitely the ones partnering. So maybe, you know, it won't be such a hard transition for you. But I don't know anything else about it. Are you still getting that storm tomorrow? Tomorrow is Wednesday, I think. We're supposed to have a beautiful day. We had 66-degree weather today. I wore my shorts, no sweater, and went out to the store. I'm like, oh, well, this is nice. And Thursday, it's going to be in the 70s. I have to clean out my car because I'm going to have to sell my car. I won't have a car anymore either. I can't afford it. They take all my money. So who's going to pay for my car? So I have to clean the car out. And it's a mess. And it's old. And it's beat up. So we're going to do that on Thursday because it's supposed to be much nicer than tomorrow. Tomorrow's supposed to be nice too. It sounds like it. I feel like crap. So we are at least getting the front. Now you're further over than I am. We're supposed to have sun mostly. It's supposed to be a really nice day. I don't know if it's going to be cloudy or not. But Thursday we got to clean out the car, and that's going to be because I poured for one thing, and my car is a junk heap, and I have to get all that shit out of there. And like I was saying on Heather's today, I have to start putting things together, getting rid of stuff, and dealing with it on my own because my daughter's busy working with her husband and his mother because they just lost his father. So things are really bad right now. And she's like, Mom, this is not the time to be moving. I'm like, I'm not doing this on purpose. So the closer we get to April 1st, the less chance there is I have to move by April 1st. I'll have at least another month. I could have more. It could be years. I mean, it's the government, Medicaid, you know. When there's an opening and I luck out and fall into it, then that's when I'll move. But in the meantime, I have to start preparing now. So I have to start getting rid of all the junk, and I have to start getting rid of the bills and all that stuff. Because I won't be able to pay my bills. So I have to hope the stimulus goes through and I can pay off the bills. So there's no bills. Oh, gee. It's just been... I mean, it's great. It'll be nice. It'll be better for me. Kids won't have to worry about me. But I'll be having a roommate, for one thing. Not too happy about that part of it. What if I don't like this person? I don't know how close we're going to be living together. Because nursing homes, you know, you got 2 beds in a tiny room and you got a few feet and a curtain between you. And it's just supposed to be bigger than that. And it's assisted living, not a nursing home. So I'm hoping for walls and maybe some privacy and a little bit bigger than a few feet by a few feet. She said you take your furniture with you. How small can it be? So yeah, that's one of the main things on my mind right now. Well, I hope you don't get it. I'm sorry that you feel so bad. I had those injections in my knees and they were working really great. And I was supposed to go back this Monday to get the second set. And because I had been on steroids for the last 5 days before it, they wouldn't give it to me because they're giving me steroids in those shots and the injections. So now I have to wait. And of course, now my knees are bothering me again. Then again, it could be the weather too. You know, thank you. Thank you, Charlie. It's kind of one of these things where I don't have a choice. And I just have to pray and hope that it works out for the best. But losing my live stream ability will really upset me because this is one thing I do enjoy doing. I'll have Wi-Fi, but my Wi-Fi wasn't enough to stream. And if I have a neighbor that close, it might be, too upsetting. I may not be able to stream. So I may just be attending people's streams, not streaming myself. We'll see. I keep telling myself things work out for the best. Things work out the way they're supposed to. And that's all I can do. I can't change anything. I just have to go with the flow. So, all right. So you did this song, and are you working on another one now? Thank you. I hope I can still stream too. One of the few things in life I do enjoy. And all my people are like, no, you can't go. I have a really loyal bunch of people here. I'm sure you've got the same thing. You get that little bunch of people that are loyal to you. And, they're like, no, we don't want you to go. They're like, you guys were all there that night when I went to the hospital. What more can I ask for? You guys are great. So I will really miss it if I can't still stream and have to just be on the other end. They say I can have my computer. I'll still be able to write. It just won't be the same. But again, nobody knows for sure. And it may be none of those things. The uncertainty is really driving me crazy. So you said, yeah, I have 4 out now. 2 are covers and 2 are originals. Finding Joy and Have Mercy. Cool. Yeah, I liked Have Mercy the other night. That was, I can't even explain it because, like I said, I'm not big on that kind of stuff. But there was just something touching about it. You do have a couple more in the works. You hope to have out a full album by the end of the by the end of the world. The way we're going, that could be next week. The end of the world. You're funny. Yeah, I got to watch Jules the other day, and she's still got the glitchy problem. I don't know what's going on there. Thank God the Ethernet cable worked for me, whatever my issue was. Oh, you meant year. Okay, Freudian slip. Well, that was a funny one. By the end of the world was perfect. You couldn't have done it better. by the end of the year. So we're in what? The beginning of the year. Jeez, my brain's not working too well. We're in March. How many do you need for an album? What's considered an album? A certain amount? I think the funny thing was when I was listening to the music, and it is so calm and deceiving, and then all of a sudden it comes in loud. I mean, it was perfect. I mean, wow. I loved it. Really loved it. Ten to 15 songs. That's a lot of songs. That's a lot of songs. You got your work cut out for you. Well, good luck with it. If they're all as good as Have Mercy is, that was great. Even for someone who's not really into that kind of music, I really enjoyed it. I'm creating stories like a crazy person. Like these are all stuff that I created for NaNo projects and never finished. Well, now maybe I can make them into something I can use for this series, and I'm writing new ones, and I'm like, I'm a little bit manic right now, and it's like everything is I'm like on top of the world, taking this big bite out, too big probably, kind of thing, and I'm going to come crashing down the other side eventually. But for now, I'm enjoying myself. It was inspired by the Curie. Oops, sorry about that. I thought that stupid thing was on. It was inspired by the Kyrie Ellison chant of the medieval church. I probably pronounced that wrong. I'm sorry. I'm trying. Kyrie Ellison means Lord have mercy. Thus I named the song Have Mercy. Cool. I love it. So that was a chant. Catchy. That's for sure. Very catchy. Are you still on track for your, what was it, 5 books by the end of the year? uh, you've got so much going on in your life. I don't know how you managed to do it. I woke up with that version of the song in my head and spent the next 2 days making it. You know what? Sometimes I'm not a poet for the most part. I write haiku all the time, but I don't consider that poetry to this extent of, you know, uh, an actual poem kind of thing. Sometimes I'll wake up and it's like it's there and it needs to be written and it all comes out. I'm like, wow, like that was supposed to be made. and you know it, you know, because it's all there. So, yeah, I am on chapter 3 of the Zero Draft right now. Well, that's cool. I am rewriting the first one, correcting the beta stuff and whatnot. And then I'm going to have Melanie, who comes on here. She does editing. And I'm going to have her do an actual edit on that in my memoir that's already on my blog. And that'll probably, depending on when I move, be the last one, since, you know, I agreed to pay for that one. And I was going to, you know, see about doing, so that way they were ready in case I needed to publish them in a hurry, they'd be ready to go. But once I go into assisted living, I'm not coming out of the system. So there's no reason to, I mean, I'm going to do the first one. If nothing else, learn something from it. And 2, I promised. So I'm going to do it. And I'll just have to go from there. I just have to edit my own stuff. Just get beta readers, you know. Hi, Annuel. How are you doing tonight? The weekend is getting closer and closer. I'm a little bit nervous about it. I won't lie. So, like I said, I was writing the first one. And of course, I started chomping into more and more, you know, stories. Like, oh, I can make this a story, and I can make this a story. And if I call it Angel Cove Mysteries, they don't have to be murders. They can be mysteries, because I have one that's definitely not a murder. It's a mystery. And now I can put that in. And I'm a little bit out of control right now. That's what mania does to me. And it makes me feel like I can do anything. Annual says, to Charlie, I loved your song. I saved to my YouTube playlist. I am considering writing music when there isn't a live stream. Wow, another one going to write some music. Good job. Yeah, I love the song. The song was, it's not normally my type of thing, but there was something about that one caught me. Definitely. So you're going to start writing music. That's cool. Charlie says, oh, thank you to Annual. Yep, Charlie, you are definitely talented in many ways. I'm having blood sugar issues, and I don't know if that's why I feel funny right now or not. I just had a low. I've gotten one of those continuous glucose monitors, and so now it warns me before I drop into super dangerous zones. I'm not feeling very well at all right now. I don't know if it's dropping again. I mean, there's a way to find out. No, I'm fine. So that's not the issue. I don't know why I feel weird right now. Annual says, sorry, I am using the song to write. Can't write music. I'm not that talented. I was just saying, I don't normally write to anything. I can't really normally. But there's something about that particular song that really, I don't know, it almost like strokes the talent, like it was bringing the talent out. It was making me more alive. I don't know what it is. Charlie says it is more persistence than talent. I set my mind on doing something and push through until I do it. That's fine. Whatever you have to do to get the job done. Annual says I am on my phone. Stupid autocorrect. Some of the things I've sent because of autocorrect, and I'm like, oh my God. And it's already gone. It's like, can't do nothing about it. It'll be weird. I won't have a phone either, which is weird. Not that I like phones, but I would be weird not having one. Annual says, I totally agree. Yes, strokes the talent. I love that. Towards the middle of the beat changed and made the song so much better. Yeah, that's what I said. It was like just really nice and going along, and then wow, like a frenzy. Perfect. It was perfect. It was definitely perfect. So how are you, Enyo, with your writing today? Are you on target or looking to write tonight? I know I have things to write, lots of things to write. And an actual deadline this time. I got to May 1st to get this thing done, to get it to the editor. I don't usually have deadlines, so I'm not used to working on a deadline. Wait a minute. Jumped on me. Let me get. All right. Charlie said, like all the songs I have done expresses how I feel. I am hoping to remaster my first album and put it back out, but I have to find the discs with the master files on them. Okay. And Annual says, I have a question about Discord. Did you see Lindsay's thumbnail? It just has her name, which is weird, I thought. Yeah, Lindsay's name should not be the only name on there. Should have names and pictures of all the people on there, not just Lindsay's. And no, I did not see it. I did not go over there and check. She's already scrolling things up. I'm a little confused. Wait a minute. Let's see. There's the light for tomorrow night's. Tomorrow night. These are the links for the spreadsheet. Actually, she didn't do that right. She's not supposed to do just her. She's got to put Worldwide Write-A-Thon on there and everything. She can't just do that. That thumbnail's not going to work. All right, we got a moderator going through right now. And but yeah, she's not supposed to do that. Maybe Sam's going to put her straight. That's that one. Let's see what this is. I don't think she understands the thing. She didn't. There's no picture, just her name, no date, no Worldwide Write-A-Thon, no time, no nothing. She's not going to be able to use that. But I'm not in charge, so I don't see where I should have to tell her what to do. And I don't want to get yelled at by the moderators. Yeah. Samantha's in there fixing things. I'm going to stay out of it because last time they told me that they had it covered. So I'm staying out of it. I'm not going to, it's not my place to tell them what to do. So if they leave it like that, don't tell her what she's got to do, then that's on them. I am staying out of it. No more interfering. Just because I know and could tell her what to do, I'm not going to. But you're right. I'm glad you pointed that out because no, I did not see that. I hadn't been on Discord yet today. Annual says I wrote 3,000 words or so, trying to see if I can hit 5,000 words total. Okay, great. So you still have some words. Charlie said it should, and I didn't see the post. Yeah, and Samantha's definitely in there now, working on it. Daniel says, okay, I thought it was weird, and yes, you're right, it doesn't say anything about www. No, it says nothing. They have little things that you can put out there. They have a specific font they want used. They want, you put pictures of yourself and your co-host on there. You put the name of the sprint. You put the time. It's not going to work. I'm sure Samantha's going to tell her that it's wrong. So I am not going to say a peep. Not a peep. Daniel says, oh no, Samantha's going to deal with that. I just thought I would ask your opinion only. Yes. Thank you for letting me know. And I'm glad to see that Samantha is definitely in there dealing with it. Because that is her job. That's her job. She told me that. Her job. So when I made the comment about the fact that, you know, we hadn't even seen our host, and she basically told me then that, you know, not to worry about it. That's what the moderators are for. They have backup plans in place. Do not worry about it. So I'm not worried about it. If they leave it that way, then they leave it that way. It's not my problem. Not my problem. But thank you for letting me know, because would have been a little shocked if I had seen that. So yeah, thank you. Oh boy. Always something, isn't it? Exactly. See, I have a really bad problem of worrying about things. I told her, I told Samantha, I said, I'm a worrier, and I'm going to worry about this. And I'm going to worry that you guys are going to suddenly say the night before, oh, by the way, you're going to host tomorrow. And she's like, not going to happen. We have things in place. We have, you know, everything set up. There are people ready to take over. You're fine. I'm like, okay. So I just have to tell myself to stop worrying, and it's going to be fine. Someone is going to take care of it. It isn't my problem. So that's what I'm working on telling myself. Will I succeed? I don't know, but I'm trying. I'm trying to succeed. Oh, geez. That word didn't want to come out. Yeah, because there's a specific font and everything. It's a really, you know, nice scripty kind of font, and, you know, I'm supposed to have the worldwide write-a-thon and sprint number and the time, and she used her own personal branding, and you're not supposed to be using your personal branding. So yeah, she's done it all wrong. I mean, she admits she doesn't know what she's doing, so she does know she doesn't know what she's doing. uh, Daniel says, yes, but only on her sprint. Stephanie Whitson has her stream put together. Stephanie was one of the first ones that had everything super together fast. Like, you know, bam, it was planned, it was set up, it was ready to go from the almost from the very beginning. So, you know, two different people, you know, two different, completely different people. So, you know, with Stephanie, everything's under control. Lindsay, unfortunately, not under control. But again, not my problem. And I got to keep telling myself, not my problem. It's just not my problem. Maybe I'll believe myself if I say it enough times. I don't know. I I'll be glad when it's over, because it is kind of nerve-wracking. So I will be glad when it's over. It's fun, but it can be nerve-wracking. And it's a lot better when you're not the one in charge. Because if anything goes wrong, it's her problem. Her problem. If your equipment doesn't work, well, then, of course, that's your problem. But then you just won't be on it. It won't be an issue. You just won't be on it. But if her equipment goes down, the whole stream goes down, then there's a problem. So we'll see how things go. I warned them in plenty of time, and they said they were watching. So Discord is not a great thing to use, and it's the first time, so they're struggling with something they don't know. That doesn't help. We did not use Discord before. This is brand new. I mean, maybe it'll end up being a much better thing. I don't know. Danielle says, no disrespect to her. She is probably doing the very best she can. You are right. She admitted she didn't know what she was doing. So I guess we will give her the benefit of the doubt. Exactly. She already said she didn't understand. And she asked for help. So it's not like she's not asking for help. She did ask for help. So, you know, the fact that she's willing to admit she doesn't understand and ask for help, I mean, that's good. So hopefully everything will go off without a hitch. And we'll do our best to support her. Because that's what we're there for, to support her. You're not sprinting at all on doing any of the sprints, Charlie? You're just doing the chats? Because I saw you were signed up for, I think, 2 chats. The same 2 I think I am. Though I'm going to be late to Glory's because I forgot that I have a sprint already set up. And I'm going to do the sprint before coming over to Glory's. So I will be late to Glory's. So I told her she could either take me off or whatever she wanted to do, because I want to do the sprint more than I want to do the chat. So I have Laura Nettles. Oh, you're on Jace's sprints. Okay, you are doing it. All right. I probably saw it and didn't pay much attention. And Y'all says, correct. It's up to the moderators to help her. And yes, we will support her. Yeah, that's it. We'll do our best to support her as much as we can. She's new. She doesn't know what she's doing. I don't know if she did one of these before or not. And I already said, you know, I had originally said I wanted to be a host. And when I didn't get picked, I'm like, yay. Because the more I thought about it, the more I thought, no, I really don't want to be a host because you're in charge of everything. I'd rather just be a co-host. I think I'll just stay a co-host. So I was kind of happy they didn't pick me. Oh, that's it. Your name is all the way at the end. Well, that would explain why I didn't see it. So you're in a big one. You're in one of the big ones. I don't think either. Let's see what we have. 3 co-hosts in Lindsay's, and we have what, 4 co-hosts in Stephanie's, I think. We're not really. Neither one of ours are super big, which is fine with me because the bigger they are, the harder they are to control. Oh. Yeah, I did too. And like I said, after it happened and I didn't get it, I'm thinking to myself, you know what? I really feel better not being responsible. You think Jay says 9 or 10 people? Yeah, I think he probably's got the max, which is a huge stream. You know, you've had a few of them. To me, that's too many people. I get very uncomfortable. I was looking for people that had short, you know, just little streams. I didn't want to be on a 10-person stream, really. And I wanted somebody I knew. So Stephanie was the only person that I really knew well compared to. And Neil says, yes, 3 on Lindsay's and 4 on Stephanie's. So I think that's, I mean, we may get somebody added at the last moment, but for now, that's where we stand. Daniel says Jace has 8 co-hosts at the moment. Well, yeah, it gets a little crazy. Ask Charlie. They've had that many people on there at one time, and wow, talk about crazy. Charlie says I didn't sign up for many, but I saw too many personality clashes and didn't want to cause drama. Yeah, I looked for people I knew. I knew what you meant. I knew you meant sign. It's okay. I looked for somebody I knew, and I'm like going down the list. I'm like, well, I know Jace by name, but I don't know Jace. And there was Zara, but I'm like, I don't really know Zara. I haven't had much contact with Zara. So I knew her, but I didn't really want to be on that one. So I'm like looking, I'm like, most of these people, all brand new people. And then I saw Stephanie. So I said, well, okay, I know Stephanie. And then I got Annual to come along with me. And then we got Megan. So that's our little group with Stephanie. Am I missing somebody? Oh, Dal. Dal joined. Yeah, Dal joined. Dal wasn't on there at first. And Zara has 9 co-hosts right now. Oh, gee. Another big one. Yeah, I know, Charlie. A couple times I was on there and I'm like, this is crazy. Yep, I have had a full Brady Bunch several times. It was nuts. Chase is your brother from another mother, and Zara and I didn't get along in the last one. Okay, so I didn't want to say anything, but I didn't like Zara. And so there was no way I was going on that sprint. So that's that was my thing there. I didn't want to say anything, but there's something about her I don't care for. Oh God, Marissa Mohi. I don't know what you think about her, but I don't like her. I'm afraid. Any person you know besides Stephanie is Marissa. Yeah. Hi, Nicole. How you doing? We're just talking about the worldwide write-a-thon. It's almost here. I just took my sugar. I know it's not dropping, but I swear it feels as if it's dropping. I don't know why I feel like this. Weird. Very weird. Hi, Amelia. Hi, Dee Dee. My gosh, you guys all came in at the same time. Holy cow. Charlie says the hubby had screaming fits when I used to watch her videos. It was funny. He had all the feels. Are you talking about Zara? Divided by sight. Wait a minute. Oh, is there somebody else I missed? Want more sprinting over on at Nicole the Blind Mage's channel. Yeah, we're just talking, getting ready to sprint again. Oh, Marissa, yeah, I don't like Marissa. She's very snobby, arrogant. I can't stand her. There's no way I was going to be on her, anything with her either. There's just some people you don't get along with. And those two people, I don't. I try. They would never be mean. I just can't deal with it. A whole bunch of you came in at the same time. I mean, it totally confused me there for a minute. Well, I know we're getting ready to sprint again. Divided by sizes of learning new things can be hard. Yes, it can. Definitely. I hate new things. I don't do well with new things, new places, new people. I have a hard time adapting. Well, you guys, you want to start a sprint since it's been a little while? And we've talked about, I think we pretty much talked out the worldwide write-a-thon. Divided by Sight says, hello, usually me, Nicole, and Sam Wicker streamer at 3 p.m. Tuesday, but had to move it to 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Well, I do Tuesdays at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So, kind of hard for me to be two places at once. Haven't seen Nicole in a while. It's been a while since I've seen Nicole. Sam pops in here every now and then. I do see her occasionally. But let's do a sprint as soon as I can find the timer. Reset the timer. Okay, 25 minutes starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Divided by Sight says no worries, just catch the replay. Okie dokie. Yeah, we're going to change the conversation. Definitely. Oh, yes, I did hear about Sam's comp sprint. I'm not exactly sure. I want to do something with the prompt. I'm not exactly, I didn't really get a chance to look at it carefully to see what she's planning. But, yeah, I'm not sure I want to do a sprint where I have to do, sprints where I have to do prompts. I write to them, but I usually do them on my own time and space and don't want to do them in front of a lot of people. So I'm not sure whether or not I'll end up doing that. Besides, I don't know where I'm going. I can't get too far ahead of myself. I don't know when or what's happening in my life. So I'm just going to go ahead and start writing for a little while here. And I will see you guys in 23 minutes. Alrighty, we are done that spread. And hi, Jen. Nice to see you. Um, I was working on my prompt story, and this is possibly book number 3 in my series. And still trying to figure out where I'm going with it. But I'm letting the prompt guide my story, which is an interesting way to write a story. I'm sure a lot of it will change, but for now, it's what I'm writing. So, where we left off, Charlie said to Enyo that it sounds like fun, but I fear it would violate the no new projects rule. And I know you have that rule. A lot of people do. Me, not so much. I work on what I feel like working, and sometimes I don't feel like working on the project I have to work on or should be working on, and I do what I feel like doing. I don't have a no projects rule, so that is not something I have to worry about. You, Charlie, well, you're going to have to think about it, whether or not it violates your rule or not, if you're interested or not. Guys, don't forget to let me know what you got done. Daniel says that he agrees with me. You can do prompts, but at my own time, and agree with you and Charlie Dorset because I have enough projects I'm trying to get done. He agrees with both of us. And then Jen popped in. Hello, all. Hello, Jen. Nice seeing you again. Dee Dee says hello to Jen. So I was partly in another, I'm working on prompts. As I said, I'm making a whole book out of prompts. And it's forming my story. And so I've now started combining some of the prompts together to make it even more interesting, as if 3 words that have nothing to do with each other a day isn't enough. I'm adding more prompts, whether they're words or photos or photo prompts or whatever. So I'm forming my story. Not sure where it's going right now. So I didn't get very far. Obviously, I just started the story because I had all the setup to get it ready to go on the blog before I could even start writing it. Charlie says to Enyo, it sounds fun, but I fear. Oh, wait a minute. How did I get back up there? First one, I clicked on this one down here. Charlie says, I have just finished sorting this mess of an import. Wow, that took longer than I wanted. Oh, wow. That can happen, for sure. No control sometimes over those kind of things. Jen says to Dee Dee, how are you tonight? Jen says, I meant hi. What's wrong with hello? Hello works. No problem. Dee Dee says, I love the covers, Tessa. Great. Thank you so much for letting me know. It was interesting trying to come up with something that fit and make titles up, for the supposed stories. I mean, these are all partially started stories. Whether they'll actually end up being finished stories remains to be seen. And I was on Canva quite a while yesterday, playing around with their cover feature, to make covers. Because I'm posting these on my blog. So all I need is that front page. I don't need a whole fancy cover for a book. So these work perfectly. You make them a JPG and then you just put them in your blog page. Like if you go and look at my memoir, you'll see what I mean. I did change the picture there too, by the way. I changed it to another. I changed it, fixed the cover, put another cover on it. But you'll see what I mean. How I'm setting up my books in WordPress, because I have one book there already. So thank you for that, Dee Dee. It means a lot to me. And y'all says 581 words. I guess my brain needs a break. 3,581 words is good enough, I guess. You know, sometimes your brain needs a break. What can you say? I have no idea, you know, like I said, about how many words I write every day. I do a lot of blogging, so there's a lot of words there, but I don't count them. And then when I'm editing, I don't count all the words that are subtracted and then added back in and changed around. That's too much work. So Jen said I skipped both of them. Oh, you mean the people you missed? You missed the people? Is that what you're saying? I'm a little... I just had some candy. I was feeling like really funky feeling. So I just had a little bit of candy. My neighbor, so nice to give me candy. Like I need candy like a hole in the head. Nice of him to give me candy. Dee Dee says that's great to annual. And Jen also agrees that that is a good job, annual. Yeah, I think it's a lot. That's great. I mean, to complete NaNo, the required words is 1,667 words a day. So, you know, you're already over a regular NaNo day. So you're not doing bad at all. Daniel says thanks to Dee Dee. Daniel says thanks to Jen. Dee Dee says. Dee Dee says, I'm doing boring work stuff tonight. Not exciting. I'm sorry, but sometimes you have to do that boring work stuff rather than the fun stuff. What's the saying? Suck it up, buttercup. But now I understand. It's pain when you have to do that boring stuff, but sometimes it has to be done. I mean, I look at this apartment and think, oh my God, I have to pack it up and I can only take a very tiny portion of it. What am I going to do with it? That's, you know, I keep looking around me at all this junk and I'm like, I don't know what to do. I need my daughter. She's busy. So it's on me. I got to try. Jen says, are you at 3,851 for the day to annual? Yeah, I think so, because he was at 3,000 when we started, and he said he wanted to get to 5,000, but he's wearing out now. Looks like ready to cap it out at 3,851. Or whatever. 3,581. I think the numbers got transposed. 3,581 words. Yeah. I mean, that's when you figure you only have to do 1,667 words to every day to meet your nano goal. You're over, so you're doing good. Definitely doing good. Annual says yes to Jen Mooney. 3581 for the day. I had my live stream today. I wrote about 2,000 words and 1,000 words in Dow's stream. How did I miss both of them? I was looking for live streams today and I sure didn't see any. I didn't see any except for Heather's. How did I miss you guys? I was actually awake today. So I was looking for live streams. And the only one I found was Heather. Nah. I don't remember seeing you guys or either you or Dow. Interesting. Jen said that's a good day. And she also says, ooh, do a night stream sometime so I can make it. I don't have a life during the day. Well, you have a life. You just have a life you don't like. Mm-hmm. You have to work that nasty job. Like it or not, that's living. I still don't understand how I managed to miss them. Unless maybe they were a little bit earlier. Maybe that's it. Maybe they were earlier. Maybe I was too late by the time. Because I sure did not. I was looking for live streams, and the only one I could find was Heather. Granted, I forgot to pull Devin Cutting's list up. I was going to do it, but I kept getting interrupted, and then I had to leave because they called and they told me to come in and get my diabetes shoes. So I had to leave. And then when I came back, I had to deal with my aide. I was getting ready to toss a box out. I'm not sure if she's doing, is she doing a actual live sprint or is she doing a private? I'm not sure if she's doing a private or not. Or what she planned, to tell you the truth. Because you can do them privately. You don't have to do them. So she may not be putting that out for the world to see. I don't know. And also thank you at Tessa and Jen. I appreciate it. I am aiming for 10,000 words this weekend for a worldwide write-a-thon. Yeah, if you got a good chance of doing it on those 2 days, right? With all those streams. Yep, Jen, you're right. You can do it with all those streams that'll be available. And also, Tess and I are doing one tomorrow night at the Ewan channel. Yeah, as I said, I don't know if she's doing that live or private. Oh, that's the problem. Well, part of the problem. That was the one from 8 to 10 a.m., so I was definitely still asleep. But 11 a.m. to 1 p.m., I thought I was awake before 1 p.m., but I could have been wrong. Because I wasn't ready to get up, but I ended up getting up. Daniel says, oh, you're probably right. It's probably private. Yeah, I have a feeling it's private so she can practice, not have the whole world see. That you can make them private. So it's probably a private stream. Which I have a meeting tomorrow night, which means I have to leave early from my meeting in order to come to this thing. because it's not a good time for me. But all for the good of the team. I'll take it on the, what's the saying? Take it on the cheap, take it on the whatever. Yeah, I have a meeting, a writer's meeting tomorrow, and it means missing part of it in order to go, but I think Lindsay's going to need the support, so I will go and help support. I will be supportive. So somehow I missed yours today. And it might have just been the timing. If you ended at 1, I may have just been getting out of bed at 1 and missed it. Because I know when I went looking, the only one I saw was Heather's. Because I was trying to get to it. It seems like whenever I want to find a stream, I can't find them. If I don't want to stream, there's tons of them. I mean, that's usually like the way the world works. Private, what does that mean? When you go on there, you have to choose whether it's going to be a public stream or a private stream. And private means we can all go on there and like talk to each other. And I think it probably works like a regular stream, but they won't post it on YouTube. Most likely. She might not. She might put it public. I have no idea. I'm guessing. Angel says to Jenna, Jenna, listen to me. I'm just reading it. It didn't even dawn on me. It was to Jen Mooney. I will look and see if I can do a later one at night on a day Tessa's not on. I don't stream Monday. And Wednesdays, I am usually on Charlie's. Except this Wednesday. Probably not having one. So, but Mondays I don't. I go to Austin K's and Laura Nettles on Monday nights. That's where you'll find me most of the time. However, if you have one and I know about it, then I can go. I'm not obliged to be at those other two. I just enjoy going to the other two. Yeah, I like it. I like the name Jenna, actually. Jenna is pretty. Only the host can see it. No one else can see it. Yeah, so we'll find out what happens tomorrow. But I do like Jenna. I think it's really pretty. Make it a pen name. Jenna's pretty. Definitely. Yeah, new author name. I'm serious. I love it. Jenna. I love it. I don't know about the last name, but I love Jenna. I wouldn't use Mooney. That doesn't go with it anyhow. Jenna. You need something more exotic for the last name. But I love Jenna. I think that's a beautiful name. It may have been a slip of the tongue, but it's good. I'd keep it in mind if you're looking for a pen name. You want to start writing those romance novels that you like to write, you can write it under Jenna. And Jenna would be perfect for that too, by the way. Yeah, I like it better than Jen too. And it says, sorry to Jen, I'm on my phone and it autocorrected. Jenna is a nice name though. It is. And I think it would be perfect for those stories. Just got to get another last name to go with it. And that would be perfect. Yeah, I love it. And you'll agrees with me. Use it as a pen name. See, a slip of the tongue, and look what came up out of it. A slip of the hand, slip of the phone, slip of the whatever. You came up with a name, which is really pretty neat. And I think that would be perfect for you. You shall. I just need to write something. Yes, you need to write something. You know, if you try to put aside, I mean, I know you're crazy. I know you have a child. I know you work. I know you have another job writing books. But if you could try to put together a half an hour or so, or a couple hours a week to work on your own work, I think that would be really cool. And come up with a really great last name to go with Jenna. That's perfectly. That's really, the more I say it, the more I like it. I really do. So did anybody else get anything? I know Amelia was here briefly. Dee Dee was here briefly. I don't know if anybody else got anything else done. Or did I just miss it? Could have missed it. You just need to not be lazy. Well, I know that feeling too. A lot of stuff I complain about and say I don't have time for. It's mainly because I'm fooling around. Which brings me back to the thing of coming. I got something delivered today. It was in a box, and I was getting ready to take it to recycling. And I thought, wait a minute. It's a small, but not too small size box, like the kind of box you would need for books. And I'm thinking, I got to start packing things up. I better not get rid of the box. So the box is now sitting in my living room. Oh, wow. Jenna Strickland. Cool. It's the last name in the story you're editing tonight. How perfect. How perfect can that be? That's like a sign. You need to use Jenna Strickland as a pen name, and you need to start writing your stories. At least I can, because I had bought your story, I can still read it. It's not on Kindle Unlimited, which I just lost. So I had already bought it, so I can still continue reading your story. Because I'm not quite done with Ainsley yet. I'm working on it. Editing, adding to. She corrected that. Does that have to be a little bit longer? A little too short or something? I want potato chips or something. Jeez. That candy just too sweet. Diet soda isn't helping either. Is it long? I had no way of looking at really seeing how long it was. Well, then I guess I got a lot of book left to go. The good thing I bought it because I don't get a ton of time to read. To use it when you rewrite news and publish it. Good idea. I think that's perfect. I would just make one quick check on Google to make sure there's not like a ton of famous people using it, just in case. As long as there's not another writer using it, you're fine. I think it's 80K or so. Yeah, it is pretty long. Well, I know I'm not that far in. Oh well. I'll work my way through it. Since I bought it, I don't have to worry about it going anywhere. Like all the stuff on Kindle Unlimited went, bye-bye. Plus, my editor made me add to the bleary original ending. Bleak, she says. I can't form words. Oh, no. That sucks. Jen said, your friend published a kid's book to see the process today. Courtney. Hello, Courtney. When she said Courtney, I'm like, I was thinking of another Courtney. And I'm like, because she was just talking about her friend. I didn't realize she was talking to, then I looked back and I saw you had popped in. Hi, Courtney. Nice to see you. Charlie says, sorry. I got distracted by a kazoo of Destiny compilation video and forgot about the world for a bit. Haha. Hey, I've done that. You know what really bugs me the most when I do that is when I'm working on a stream like this and there's a timer and this nasty buzzing or beeping or whatever nasty noise goes off that scares the crap out of me. When I'm really, distracted by something, I really hate that. I was just thinking, I wonder if you had left or not. Jen says, it happens. Andrew says, I don't see any authors on Google with Jenna Strickland. Of course, I didn't do a deep dive. Well, if there was something, it would probably be at the top of the thing. So she's probably okay using it. If it was somebody really famous, you would see it right away. You wouldn't have to do a deep dive. So it looks like Jenna Strickland's your new pen name. Courtney is so close to finishing her draft. Congratulations. So glad to hear that. I got to quit fooling around and work on mine. I'm still at the beginning. I keep wanting to call you Jenna now. Don't be surprised if you get called Jenna. I know I have a deadline. It has to be done by May 1st for Melanie. And I need a deadline in order to work. But I'm one of these people that likes to wait to the last moment. So like the last week, the last few days, I'll probably be going nuts. Until then, I keep saying, oh, you have plenty of time. You have plenty of time. Someone dared to call you Jenny at work today. How dare they? And Newell says, it's her new name, Jenna Strickland. Charlie says, I think I'm going to call for the day. My day started early, so it can end early, too. Have the fun, you all. Thanks, Charlie. Thanks for coming. And, well, Probably won't see you if you're not streaming tomorrow. But if you are, maybe I'll see you. I got things I got to do, though. I'll be busy. So I probably won't be anyhow. So even if you are. Have a good night, Charlie. And it says, yeah, that's her new name, Jenna Strickland. And it says good night to Charlie. I really like it. I mean, like I said, it was a mistake, but it's like perfect. Really perfect. I bet you didn't expect you were going to get a pen name out of today's sprint. I have to take these things off my ears. Amelia says, I got myself a cute little kitchen timer in the shape of an owl for sprints. Well, that's cool. That's pretty neat, Amelia. I'm trying to picture it. Sounds cool. Yes, it was a happy mistake. Oh, I think it was perfect. I mean, you know, it was one of those things that was meant to be. So, you know, even though your phone may have been going crazy and doing stupid things and you were mad at it, something good came out of it. Jen says, I haven't thought about forest for a while. I am racking up the points and buying plants like you wouldn't believe. I have a ton of stuff now. And I finally got the tulips. They didn't show up for a long time. They just finally showed up. So now I have the tulips too. But I get a ton of plants. A note of the new name, you mean? Yeah, we used to always do forest, and we've come a long way since then. I had a couple people come in and say, you're not doing forest? Oh, I'm not staying. I'm like, yeah, do whatever you want. You know, I can do it if I feel like it, if I'm up to it. But Amelia says it's blue, and you turn the head to set the timer, so the head slowly rotates back as the timer goes down. Oh, I like that. That sounds neat. Jen says there's a plum blossom now. Oh man, you're gonna make me look for another thing to buy? I wonder if I have it. I don't know. I have so many new ones. It isn't funny because I'm racking them up every night. At least 1, 2, sometimes 3 times a night. I set that thing for 3 hours. So I'm racking up the points, and so I've been buying a lot of trees and stuff. It's funny though, when you said owl, my first thought was yellow, and I guess I was thinking of the yellow eyes. Hi, Allion. How are you feeling? I hope you're doing better now. Yeah, that's what you do, Jen. You do it when you're sleeping, and you save up really quickly. And if you wake up during the night, set it for another 3 hours. Points rack up quickly, and then you can use them. There's not a whole lot left that I haven't bought. I mean, they keep putting new ones in. Oh, Funky Saya's here. Hi. Nice to see you. Good evening. We've got quite a party going on here. Let's see. We're missing Lizzie. Where's Lizzie? Lizzie's been popping up a lot lately. Well, Funky, Sai, it's going pretty well. We've only had a couple sprints so far. We're a little behind on the sprinting, but it's going pretty well. We just got a new pen name for one of the girls. Women. She's not really a girl. She's a woman. But we're getting ready to do another sprint. You're only 90% good, so you're still feeling a little sick. I'm sorry to hear that. That must have been some illness you got. Well, I hope it goes away soon. It's been, what, at least a week, if not more. Funky says, I really do tell. Do tell what? I said so much I don't know what I'm supposed to be telling about. Which part of that am I supposed to be telling about? The new annual says hello to Funky. Sai, thank you for stopping by your stream earlier today. Well, that was nice. Oh, yes, Jen. I remember your coworker that got COVID. What happened? She ended up with walking pneumonia. I haven't seen her in like 3 weeks. Oh my gosh. Yes, yes, we dubbed a new pen name. It was quite by accident. Annual's phone had a auto correction, but when we looked at it, we all decided it was the perfect name for a pen name. So Jen Mooney has a pen name now. So yeah. Annual says to Alion, thank you as well for stopping by as well. That was nice of you, Ali. Ali, I don't know how you pronounce that. I'm sorry. Yeah, and you'll created one for her quite by accident. But it's a really good one. Funky Sai says no, and you're right. No, thank you for doing the stream so I could sprint. I missed it. I was looking for one and I missed it somehow. I think I got up just after it ended. I think that's probably what happened. Yeah. We think it's the perfect name for her. Now she just has to start working and writing under her own name. She's busy. She's a ghostwriter, so she's busy writing for other people. She needs to write under her own name. So your coworker now has pneumonia on top of COVID. That really sucks. Funky Size says, I'm so happy people continued after NaNo, makes writing less lonely. Well, we're in the process now of getting ready for another NaNo month. April is camp, so we want to get ourselves ready for April. I always set up, if I'm going to write, I figure I might as well set up a writing sprint because maybe somebody else out there wants to write too. So I'm not so alone. I don't do a lot of writing by myself. I usually set up a sprint and have people join me. Alion says, just jumped in. My second semester starts today, so that's online again. Well, if it's online, that gives you a chance to rest at home. You obviously need to still rest if you're still sick. So, you know, it's better that you don't have to go traipsing around school. Just take it easy and, you know, do your work at home so you can get back to your old self. Funky Size says, oh no, that's not a good combo. Jen said she's had a rough time of it. Yeah, I know several people who got other illnesses on top of the COVID, and who, whereas some people would get well from the COVID within a couple weeks, they'd be hit by something so hard. One girl was months and she was still out of work sick. She couldn't go back to work. And they were still blaming that on the COVID. And it was a couple months already. She was still out. So some people are really getting it bad still, but at least she's still alive. And at one point, that was, you know, a big consideration. It was really, really, really scary. I mean, I don't know how many people are still dying from it, but I don't think it's as bad as it was. Not that I watch the news. I really don't watch the news, so I'm not really sure. Well, we need to set up another sprint. If you guys are ready. Yeah, that's what I said, Amelia. Sprint. I had the timer set as 25 at the moment, since quite a few people like 25, so it's at 25 at the moment. So we can go ahead and start another sprint. I gotta get something. I need something salty to take the sweet out of my mouth. Can't stand the sweet. All right, let me set up our sprint. 25 minutes. Starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. All right, you guys, I'll see you back here in 24 minutes. Oh, Annual says, I'm getting off for the night. Good night. Oh, happy writing. Well, thanks for coming, Annuel, and I guess I will see you tomorrow night with whatever ends up happening. I'm not exactly sure, but whatever ends up happening, I'll see you tomorrow night. So, good night. Amelia says they say it might be getting ready to peak again for the third time. In my area, it's been relatively constant, but I know that's not the case in other parts of the country. Well, then we had, of course, Texas, who decides to open their country up. Listen to me. I'm calling it a country. Open their state up. I don't know whether they really did it, but I was told that they took all restrictions off of businesses and no masks. And if they did that, we're going to see massive amounts of cases coming out of Texas. So I hope they didn't really do that, but from what I've been told, they did. Yay, Amelia said her Alzheimer. That's cool. All right. Yeah, I'll see you tomorrow night, Annual. Have a good night. Amelia's got a little Alzheimer. Sounds cute. Okay, I'm going back to work on what I was working on. And I will see you all in about 23 minutes now. You love your owl, buddy. That's good. Ooh, a handful of states have followed Texas in releasing regulations. Not so good. Hi, Heather. Thank you for stopping by. Nice to see you as always. Not a good thing if they released all those regulations. We're going to have all these people all going to be sick again. But who listens to me? I'm a nobody. I can pretty much tell you what's going to happen, but in my state, I went and got my hair cut the other day. Now, the last time I went, they had big, plexiglass divisions between the workstations, which were spread out really far. There were only 3 people allowed to cut hair at one time, and 1 customer per person allowed in the building at the time, plus the employees. And that was their limit. It's a small place. When I went in there the other day, and you couldn't take your mask off. All you did was, when it was time to do around your ears, you had to put your hand over your face to hold the mask, and they released your ears, quickly shaved or cut, whatever they had to do, and then put it right back on. This time, they just undid one side and let it flop down, cut that side, and then put it back up. So they took down all the barriers, all the plexiglass barriers, and they weren't as particular with the mask. So yeah, we've done some as well, some letting down of regulations. So I really don't think it's a good idea. I don't know what to say. I have my vaccination, but I don't totally 100% trust it. And I still wear a mask. Of course, they're still requiring us to, but I'm still wearing a mask. So not everybody's had the vaccination either. And it doesn't work for every single version. And I heard there's a new version. So, all right. Well, I want to do a little bit of writing. I still have a little bit of time left. So I'll talk to you in 20 minutes now. Okay. So I got a little bit more written on my story. And it's moving along. I'm not sure where it's moving, but it's moving along. um, since I'm using prompts to write the story, it's hard to say where it's going to end up going. And now I'm using 2 prompts. The last few stories have been 2 prompts. So it's adding a little bit more to the story. Today's prompt is 3 words and a photo prompt. Excuse me. So I'm working on that. I'm still putting off the needed revisions on my story. I know that. But I've got time and I work better under pressure. So just going to leave it like that for now. How did you guys do? Amelia says, even if I believed the government was crazy, if there was a chance that wearing a mask would prevent spread, I would do it without much complaining. It's literally just a mask. Slippery slope isn't real. Yes, exactly. People are making way too much about having to wear a mask. And I, who have severe asthma and trouble breathing, wear my mask. Even though it's very difficult for me to breathe through it, I still do it. Funky Size says, hey, things were going so good. Well, I'm sorry the end of the sprint happened. It startled me too. They didn't get as far along as I had hoped, but we'll have more. We'll have more. Don't worry. How did you guys do? I keep forgetting. It feels so funny. I had my hair cut and there's nothing back there anymore. I keep it really short when I'm not in between haircuts because of, well, I was supposed to get it done 4 weeks ago and it kept getting put off and it wasn't my fault. I mean, the weather was part of the problem. The girl who was doing it, I get a certain person, she wasn't in, so it got put off for another 4 weeks. So my hair got really long and I'm still not quite used to it. Funky Size says, I'm still editing. Very good. But it was flowing pretty good. I know how that is. And that darn timer is such a bummer. I'm sorry. Can't do much about it, though. Got to put a timer on. Dee Dee says, finish some laundry and part of a PowerPoint. Woo! PowerPoint. I had fun the last time when we were learning PowerPoint in class. I haven't done one since, and that was 20 years ago. But that was a lot of fun. PowerPoint presentation was really neat. I like doing that. I mean, you can do those kind of things and share them on here. It's possible. Amelia says, my owl is so cute. I love him. I didn't get anything done, though. You just sat there and watched your little owl, right? His head turning around or whatever he was doing. Funky Sai says to Amelia, wait, you have an owl? Heather says, I've been writing up some writing goals for the year. Also, I should be able to get my shots soon as I'm over 50. Woo! That's good. Yeah, I'm not sure. My sister, she's in the almost 60 range now, and they're just hitting up them. So they're about to get theirs. I already have mine. I'm 64 and got them early because I live in a senior citizen housing, and they did everybody in the senior citizen housing. So our age, because I'm disabled, I live here, but I don't have to be over senior age. So as long as I lived here, I was still able to get mine. So I'm done. The 22nd of February was my second shot. So I am definitely done. So yeah, good news on getting your shot. Hopefully it'll be soon. Courtney says hello from my second other account. How to switch to my laptop. Oh yeah, right. Courtney KR and Courtney created. Getting used to them now. Amelia says to Funky Side, Alzheimer. Laughing my ass off. Sorry. Funky Side to Courtney KR. New phone? Who this? Dee Dee says, did you name the Alzheimer? Courtney says, I didn't get any writing done, but I finished up work for the day and ate some chips and salsa. Having a weird night tonight. Health issues. Brr. Sorry about the health issues. I am well aware of health issues, man. I still have major health issues. I never really got completely over the colitis, even though they say technically it's gone. So I have stomach issues, and I guess they're going to be there because they're not gone. I mean, I always had stomach issues, but they weren't as bad. But now they're a problem. Now the biopsy did say I have diverticulosis, and I'm not exactly sure what that is. I really should look it up and find out. I know it's a stomach issue. Courtney KR says to Funky Side, ha ha, that's a throwback. Funky Side says, how did it go with all the people living there? Dee Dee says, if only Emil was still here. He gave Jen a full pen name tonight. Yes, he did. It was a beautiful name. Perfect. Perfect for her. Speaking of Jen, where is she? Amelia said, I'm thinking he looks like a Flynn. Flynn. Heather says, yeah, I need to get in touch with my doctor more. That's always fun. Getting in touch with the doctors. You know, my doctors, it's like you call their office and they act like they're going to get COVID over the telephone. Like they can't pick up the phone and answer it. You might get COVID if we answer the phone. I mean, that's the way they're acting. I'm like, you guys are ridiculous. Answer the friggin' phone. When I call my doctor, I need to talk to you. I don't need to wait 3, 4, 5 days and call back every day till somebody finally, does something. I mean, it's really annoying. I'm getting really fed up with it. Katie says, Flynn sounds good for now. Kind of like it. Yeah. Funky Sai says, should have specified. How did the shot go with the people living near you, Tessa? Oh. Okay. So I live in a high-rise building. Not everybody in here wanted the shot. So not everybody in here got the shot, although it was available to all of us. And they came to us. They set it up to come to us. We did not have to go anywhere. They came for both shots. They were taken care of. And unfortunately, there are still people in here who refuse to have the shot. So I don't know how all that's going to eventually work with people that are refusing to get their shot. I don't know if they can make people get shots. I don't know how that works. But, yeah, a lot of my neighbors did not get the shot. But the whole situation, well, besides being crazy and out of control and whatever, went off pretty well. because I'm autoimmune compromised and have allergies, I had to wait longer than most people after having the shot before I was allowed to leave because they wanted to make sure I was okay before letting me go. So unfortunately, I was one of the lucky people that got to sit there for a while. Funky Size says to Dee Dee Kitchell, yes, it looks like fly in. Flynn, fly in. Yay. Amelia says, laugh out loud. Flynn it is. I wish I could send a pic. He is cute. Yeah, I wish you could too. Dee Dee says, I think that's supposed to be a big grin to Funky Side. There she is. Jen says, sorry. Why can't laundry fold itself? Well, my laundry folds itself because I have an aide that folds it for me. But if it didn't fold itself, it would be sitting in the basket forever until I wore it again. It doesn't fold. I don't fold laundry. Can't fold laundry. Can't do laundry. That's why I'm going to assisted living, because I can't do crap. Okay. Jen says hi to Heather. And Heather says hi to Jen. So I think we got all the highs and everything. I don't think anybody new stuck in on me that I don't know about. I know I have a story I'm itching to finish before working on other work. I'm pretty happy. You just don't know where it's going. But it's book number 3 at the moment. Currently, it's considered number 3. It may not remain 3, but at the moment, it's 3. So we'll see. Number 2 has to be copied off of my blog and into a document, because that was also done by prompts. So that's like 40-some pieces that have to be copy-pasted into a document. And, of course, 1 is in a document, and I'm already working on. So, that's where I stand. Funky Size says, I just got a Google verification code in Spanish. Uh-oh, hackers. That's not good. Not good at all. Darn people, leave people alone. Mess with our things. Mess with us. So annoying. Yeah, I can't wait until the worldwide write-a-thon is over, because I'm co-hosting several, two sprints and two chats. I mean, I'm a co-host. I'm like, wow, you must be crazy. But hopefully a lot of work will get done that weekend. And certainly a bunch of sprints to go to choose from, depending on your time frame. Some people like to do all of them. So now they upped it from 24 hours to 36 hours. So I don't know about that one. You know, Funky Size says, yeah, it's so tiring to try and stay on top of fishing, etc. Yeah, I get them in here. They pop in and say something stupid, and I have to block them. Good old Amelia. En español es no bueno. In Spanish is not good. I do know what that means. So in Spanish, it's not good. Not if you're not registered as a Spanish-speaking person. It shouldn't be coming through in Spanish, for sure. That's nice, Heather. Heather just subbed to Jen. Great. She has to start making videos. She co-hosted with me once, but she has to start making some videos. Got to do something with that channel. Been working on her, trying to get her to. She's got a book too. She gets embarrassed when I make her put the link in the thing. She wrote a book, and she does have a book on Amazon. And now she's got two because she got a story on Amazon too, in an anthology. So let's see. Funky Side. Past BM. Not exactly sure the translation of that one. My Spanish is a little rusty, I'm afraid. Well, that's better than some things you've said to me. She just said, ugh. Usually she practically curses me out for saying that. Oh, French? Oh, okay. Not good. My French is lousy. Worse than my Spanish. Oh. Well, I'm not going to make you do it, Jen. But I keep telling you, you should. Especially when there's new people around that may not have seen it. You should. I let people advertise in here. I definitely let people advertise. Heather says, I might have to check out your Amazon page to Jen. Jen says, I can link them. I need to learn to tell people. Exactly. I keep telling her she has to be responsible for letting other people know. They're not going to know if she doesn't tell them. And since I allow people to advertise in here, she should take advantage of that. I let my friends advertise. Amelia says something in Japanese. She says it's yokuni or something like that. Japanese for not good. Okay, there's a link from Jen. Funky Sai has the devil. Is that the devil? Looks like the devil. I'm reading one. I've already read her short story, and now I'm working on her book, Jen's. So. And there's the second one. There's the anthology. Very good, Jen. I'm proud of you. It's really not that hard. I would be embarrassed, though, if it was me. So I can understand. I don't like tooting my own horn either. So I understand. But you gotta, if you want to be a successful writer, you have to get over that. Amelia said, yokai is the term for spirit creatures not yokunai. Oops, wait a minute. It jumped. Oh, it's supposed to be... jumped. Monkey Sai says, mine looks more like a Japanese mask. Well, I don't know. I thought it was the devil. I'm not sure exactly what it is. Now we got one here. Now that looks like a mask. Jen said it has to be done. Yes, it has to be done. It's the only way you're going to get anything started with your writing career is if you publish and promote. I wanted the word promote yourself. There's nobody else that's going to do it for you. So you need to promote yourself. I can't promote my freelancing like that. Well, no, I understand that. That's somebody else's work that you're doing. So I understand. I do understand that part. You can't promote that. But you do have a book and now a short story and an anthology that you can promote. So by all means, promote. Funky Size, it's time to finish this chapter. Heather says, I understand, to Jen Mooney. I understand completely. I understand. Really, I do understand. And I'm trying to help. And, you know, doing my best to try to help. I would be embarrassed too. I mean, I understand the feelings. But that's something that you have to get over if you want to be successful. So, yeah, Funky Size says, go, Jen Mooney. Go, 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 go. Jen says, does any writer feel confident in their writing? Probably not. Probably not. I wrote my stuff that was published is all nonfiction articles. I did not write a book and publish a book. I wrote nonfiction articles that were published. And each one I sent, I was like totally nervous. And then when it showed up in the, you know, on the web page, I'm like, okay, it's there. And but the website had so many people visiting it that I didn't have to promote it. It was it had hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people reading. So, you know, my work was showcased and I didn't have to do anything. But I don't think I'm sure everybody has problems with their confidence. It's not just you. Courtney says, I'm going to check them out. Jen laughs. Funky says, not me, it's hot garbage. Jen says, you're awesome at Courtney. All of you are. Funky says, but I'm currently trying to scoop all that trash up. Oh, good grief. Courtney says, I'm confident until I read it over again. Oh, no. Jen says, make me a New York Times author by September so I can quit the day job. Promote, Jen. Promote. You got to get it promoted. That's the only way that's going to happen. Jen says, thanks to Heather. Funky Size says to Courtney, oh, there we go. Exactly. Come back the next day and go, what idiot possessed me last night and wrote this crap? Heather says, I have written a lot of nonfiction as well. Yeah, nonfiction's a whole nother beast. Really, it is. Because you can't just make things up. You have to make sure that they're, you know, actual fact. Takes a little bit more than just throwing some words on a paper. I mean, you know, I knew I was writing about bipolar disorder, which is one of my many problems. But even though things were happening to me, I couldn't take that as gospel truth. I had to research and make sure that, you know, I had my facts right. So, yeah, nonfiction can be difficult as well. Dee Dee says I avoid writing so I don't have to read what I wrote ever over again. What I write over again. It's one way of doing it. Kind of hard to be an author if you don't write. Jen says best-selling author. I meant same thing. No use quibbling over it. You still have to promote yourself. You can't just expect it to happen. Courtney says the funky side. Always. Haha. Funky side says to Dee Dee. Looks like he's crying. I hate little emoticons because I can't see them very well. I'm like, what the hell is that? It's got blue things on it. I think they're tears. I think we need to do another sprint, is what I think we need to do. How's that sound, everyone? Yes, no, maybe so. I mean, I personally got things to do. So I will most likely be sprinting no matter what. But I would like to have you join me. Oh, wow. Jen says yes. Oh, wait a minute. Courtney says yes, go for it. Let's go for it. And then Courtney says, this will be my first time writing on my new laptop. Oh, wow. Cool. That's great. Wonderful. Heather says they are laughing with tears streaming down. Okay. Gotcha. Dee Dee says, sure. Amelia says, let's do it. And Heather says, I don't mind. Okay. I'm going to take that as yes. So let me set another timer for 25 minutes. Starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. All right, we are on our way. See you in a little bit. All right. Another one down. Hi, Melanie. Hope you haven't left yet. Happy writing, everyone. I hope they made it before you left. Thank you for stopping by and saying hello. Um, so, Jen, if you're still here, I bought one of the Coke Zero bottles today. This is Share the Magic with and has the name of a person. And my bottle said Jennifer. So I'm sharing my Coke Zero with my friend Jennifer. I thought that was funny. Funky Side says I'm going to push on for a few minutes, almost at the end of chapter. Then I gotta go to bed. Happy writing, everyone. Good night, Funky Side, and thanks for stopping by. It's been nice seeing you. And please stop by again. And have a wonderful night. Yep, you're always around me, Jen. Dee Dee says night to Funky Side. It was so funny because I didn't get a chance to pick out the bottle. I just, I asked for one because there were a couple there, but I really didn't realize what they were at first. So I asked them if they had diet soda, and they're like, all we have is Coke Zero. And I said, well, give me one of those because I really didn't see one out front. So she just reached in and grabbed one. I mean, it wasn't on purpose. It just happened to be the bottle she grabbed. And I thought that was pretty neat. So Courtney says 938, and I think I'm going to switch to reading before bed. I'll still be hanging out on here though. Wonderful news. 938. Great job. It's a lot of words. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. And I'm glad you're still going to be hanging around with us. That's nice. Until you go to sleep, anyhow. I wasn't able to have my injections in my knees done this week because of all the steroids I had been on last week because of what happened in the hospital and all that. And so it wasn't too bad. My knees weren't that bad. They felt pretty good. And I went in and they said, well, we can't do it because you've been on steroids for 5 days and we can't take a chance because my sugars were really high. So I have to wait 3 weeks. Well, of course, now my knees start to hurt again. So it figures. It figures. Amelia is going to clock out for now. See you later. All right, Amelia. We'll see you later. Thanks for stopping by. And enjoy your little twin. Heather just came back from other tasks going on, but good night all. Good night, Heather. Thanks for stopping by. See you around, I'm sure. Got a few people checking out right now. I got my neighbor. I'm going to pay him to clean out my car for me because I won't be able, when I go to assisted living, have a car. And the car is a mess and it needs to be cleaned out. So I'm going to pay him. He needs the money. I need the help. And get my car cleaned out so it's one less thing I have to deal with. when the time comes, when the time comes, you know, like I said, I got to start working on cleaning out as much of this junk as I can. Hopefully that cream will help my knees. They're really hurting me tonight. So, let's see. We're doing that on Thursday because it's supposed to be warm out and nice. It was 66 today, and it's supposed to get up to 70, so that'll be nice. Get that done, and that'll be one less thing I have to deal with, and my kids have to deal with. I'm trying to make this as easy as possible on them because I'm making life complicated. They already have to deal with the mother-in-law and getting her situated after the death of her husband. So I don't want to make things hard. I don't know what to do about it, Jen. It's really not worth anything. It looks like crap. It barely runs. Even though I just put a lot of money into getting it fixed, it has issues. So really, you can't sell it for much. It doesn't. It looks terrible. It's been in accidents. My daughter's like, well, you know, they had that, you know, WeBuyAnyCar.com out there. Maybe you should call them. Or however you contacted them. It's probably online. I don't think you call them. Probably online. But I can't, because I can't afford to insure it. I mean, I hate to give up my vehicle. Not that I hate driving. And, but I won't have any money to pay the insurance for it. So there's really not much choice. The choice has to be to get rid of it. I asked her if, you know, they have a daughter who's now 15, you know, would they want to take it on? You know, I could give it to, you know, them and they could keep it. I mean, it needs work, but maybe, you know, over the next couple of years till she's old enough to drive, they could work on it. But I don't know. She's not in the mood to discuss things right now. So you just have to kind of trying not to upset the apple cart. Let's put it that way. I'm making things difficult. They want me to do this. It's not that they don't want me to do this. It's just that they're overwhelmed right now with the death of his father and trying to help the mother. You know, she has a huge house. They need to clean out. They need to fix things up. They need to donate. They need to sell things. They need to pack things. She needs to find a new place. They need to move her. And then here comes me with this news, you know. But it would be better for me if it can wait a few months. I don't need to move right this moment. That'll be able to give me a chance. I got bills to take care of. I got things to take care of. And let them get done what they have to do with her, and then they can deal with me. So we're not trying to do two people at one time, even though I would be more in a hurry than she might be, because I don't know if she started looking for a new home yet or not. But when I get the news to move, I have to move like then. I don't know exactly how it works because they take your entire paycheck that I get from disability. So I get paid at the beginning of the month. So like if it happened right now, it would have to be done by April 1st because they would probably take April's check, which means I only have a few weeks. If, you know, something comes up, the chances of it coming up are, you know, not exactly overwhelming. It's, you know, a Medicaid facility. There are not a lot of facilities around to take Medicaid. So, you know, I don't really expect it to be right away. So, yeah, you can donate it or sell it to one of those places for parts. So that's where I stand with the car, but we have to clean it out because it's full of crap. It's like a trash heap, and I need to get my stuff that I want to keep out and what I don't want to keep ready for donation. Because I have to start going through my clothing here and getting rid of the stuff I definitely won't be taking. Because obviously I can't take all this stuff with me. It's not going to be this big. Not that this is big where I live, but it's not even going to be, I'm sure it's going to be even smaller than this. Definitely. So I need to, get rid of all that stuff. So, let's see. We got a few people here left. I still am writing. This is like I'm writing these short, prompt stories. But sometimes they don't like to stop. And I keep writing. And it's like, geez, I'm making this thing long. And then I'm going to get another set of 3 words in a few hours. And I'm going to have to do another one. And it's just like, I don't want to stop writing. Like, I want to keep writing. And I'm writing in so many different stories that it's like trying to keep everything straight. I got like notes, trying to keep notes, trying to remember what's going on. And it's going to take me a long time to copy paste 40 pieces of that one story. The other one is now at 11 or so. So even that one's getting longer. They're what I'm basing, the start of my story on. Plus the ones the NaNo projects that I started and just never finished because they were like 30-some thousand words. I didn't know what to do with them. And now I'm finding new life. So I have a new life coming ahead. I'm hoping to still be able to live stream, but there's no guarantee on that. Hopefully, if nothing else, I'll still be able to have my computer for writing purposes. Though I will have to switch to Google Documents, which I hate. Probably should start switching over now because I might as well get used to using them. Because I will not be able to pay for Word. Although, if I think my Word, Excel, and all those programs, I think they run out in April. So depending on how long it takes, I may get another year's worth out of it beforehand. So it's hard to say. That's what kind of is awkward, not knowing what's going on. I feel, really lost. Don't know what's going on, So, by the way, I got my continuous glucose monitor on finally, and the alarm went off this morning at 5:30, just about the time I have a low blood sugar episode, and I wasn't sure if I was going to hear it over the sound of my BiPAP machine and the 2 fans running, but I heard it, plus it vibrated, so the bed shook a little bit, and so it's like, I woke up and I checked my blood sugar. But the good thing is having one of these is it catches it when it first starts to fall. It doesn't wait until I'm at 31 and about to pass out. So that's good news anyhow. If you got to have good news, that's good news. Okay. So I personally am ready to write again. How about those of you who are left? Whether you're reading or writing or whatever it is you're doing. Ready to do another sprint? Okay. You know, the funny thing is, writing these little short story things, sometimes that's why I said this is going to be, you know, when I put it together in a document, certain things I'll have to change because in some places I forget what I've done earlier and maybe change things up in the story. So when I go to actually set up the actual story and what it's going to actually be and who, you know, characters and everything, I'll have to set it straight. So right now, sometimes there's a few spots that are little wonky. So we'll see. So let me set up the timer. 25 minutes starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Dee Dee says she just got back from more laundry, but she's up the sprint. Okay, great. Sounds good. I'll see you all here shortly. Less than 25 minutes, actually. Bye for now. Okay. Now, my story is still growing. It's just supposed to be a, not a super long story. I mean, there's no word limit on it, but it's getting long. And I'm not ready to end it yet. Dee Dee's heading out to bed. Good night. Thanks for coming. Hope to see you soon. Hopefully I've caught you. Yeah, it looks like I probably caught you. So good night. Um, so my story is growing. Like I said, I still don't know where it's going because I haven't seen the new words yet. In a couple of hours, I will have the next set of words. And see where I'm going to take this. It's kind of a different story, and I don't know if it'll be a murder or just some kind of mystery or exactly what I'm going to do with it. I haven't planned that far ahead as I don't plot, so I'm writing this out, off the top of my head as I get my new words each day. I write my next piece. So I don't know where it's going. And the next words will, decide that, could take it completely in a different order, different place than where I originally thought I was going. So, how did the rest of you do? I'm probably going to end up getting some popcorn. I want something. I don't have a lot here. But I do have popcorn. Microwave popcorn. I bought bagged, supposedly movie popcorn from the store, grocery store. Wasn't very good popcorn. Jen says she got 494 and she's starting a new book in a series. Oh, wow. Very first book in a new series. That can be as exciting as the last book, I guess. Setting it up, figuring out how you want to go. And that's quite a few words when you don't know what you're doing. Just starting out. I'm not sure who we have left. Actually, it might just be you and me, Jen. Oh no, Courtney might still be here. I think everybody else is gone. So it's you, me, and possibly Courtney. My darn knees really hurt so bad. This is the second book. Okay. Oh, a new book in the series, not necessarily the first book. Gotcha. This is the second book. Okay. It was so much fun to write. I love writing. I mean, sometimes it's difficult because things don't go the way I want, or I can't come up with a story idea or an angle, which is why I love prompts because they really help me. And I love these little stories made up from prompts because the story I may have come up with may not be that great, but when I have these words that lead me on, I find it fascinating myself. Let's see. You're down for a couple more hours? Okay, cool. It wasn't supposed to be a series, but there are 3 main guys, so 3 main books. 3 main guys, 1 girl. I gather your client's happy with the idea that there's more than 1 book, that it's a series. Since obviously you have to get okay from them, I'm sure. Oh, each guy gets a girl in their book. Gotcha. I love writing. I'll never stop, but I'll grumble here and there. I think that's normal for anything, especially when you're having a bad writing day, like a bad hair day, a bad writing day, you know. But I do. There's just something about writing, and I'm enjoying it more than reading right now. I'm really having much more fun writing than I am reading, really. Probably have to tuck your daughter in soon, though. Well, that's okay. It just means there's a good chance you may not come back. Because I know you fall asleep. Not always, but you do sometimes fall asleep. Oh my God, my knees are killing me. Why? They were doing so good. I was so happy. And then what? I missed an injection and now they hurt like hell. I'm just too tired so much of the time, but then I hate myself for wasting time. I made myself get up early today. I wasn't going to. I was going to sleep in. I did get up. You're trying to listen to Audible here and there. I have a book on Audible. So I have now started that book about 3 times and never got past the first chapter. Have no idea what the book is about. So obviously laying down with it is not a good idea. If I actually want to pay attention, I'm going to have to do it sitting up in a fully upright, awake position. No more laying down, listening to it. If I want to, it puts me to sleep, fine. I make a point of washing my face when I finish with her to wake up. Well, that's a good idea, yeah. Definitely. Well, you said you don't have to go right this minute, right? Because I'll start another sprint. I'll start it anyway. But you can return them if you totally hate it. I have no idea if I totally hate it. I don't even know what's on the doggone book because I keep falling asleep. I have no idea if it's a good book, a bad book. It's a writing book. It is a writing book. It's not a storybook. It's a writing book. And I keep falling asleep. It's like, well, a lot of good this book is doing me when I can't stay awake. No. I guess no means you don't have to go right this moment. But you could go at any time. I think she's watching something in her room. Okay. So I could come back from the sprint, though, and find you gone. I've had that happen a few times. Come back from the sprint to find you gone. And not come back. Sometimes you come back, and sometimes you do not come back. So I'll sit there and I'll keep running sprints for a while, and then I'll say after a couple hours, well, obviously she's not coming back. It's been 2 hours. I don't think she's coming back. Okay, yeah, just let me know when you go, so I'm not sitting there wondering what's going on. And then I will decide whether to, how long I should keep writing in case you don't come back. That's all. Possibly. I thought I might be off the hook tonight, but not so much. Oh, shoot. Oh, no, that's bad. Oh, no, that's really bad. There's a bunch of stuff behind. The fan is blowing stuff around. And I just realized that that's not the only thing back there. Oh, goody. I can't reach that crap. I don't know if I can get it with the little grabber or not. Oh, jeez. There are 2 others here, it seems. Well, there are. We can't do anything about it. If they don't want to talk. They don't want to talk. It's the nature of the beast. There's nothing we can do about it. I notice a lot of times it's really slow to catch up because I showed 0 for like, I don't know, 15, 20 minutes earlier. But yet people finally said something to me and I'm like, that's still saying 0. But yet people are talking. So you can't go by those numbers for sure, unfortunately. And then there's people that don't like to, show themselves. They just like to use the sprints to write with. I've done that. Turned on a sprint and watched it and, used it to sprint from. I caught Blue the other morning. I was really surprised that I actually caught her. I said, I'm here. I'm here. I was surprised I made it. It was a daytime one. I happened to be up and I caught her. So. Trying to hear. If my window is open, I'd say I'm hearing something from outside, but my windows are not open. Maybe it's just the headset. I can't remember who left. We had a crowd in here. It was fun. Funky Sai left. Dee Dee left. Amelia left. Annuel left. Courtney was still here, but I but she was going to read before bed, so she may have fallen asleep. I haven't seen her answer. Heather left. Blue, you're talking about, right? You're talking about Blue? I was on her stream the other morning. For some reason, I was up early. Doesn't happen often. And so I said, well, she's streaming. Might as well go on. So she was kind of surprised to see me. Yeah, she's funny. I understand a lot about her. She understands a lot. You know, same way you probably, with the mental health stuff, we all kind of understand each other. I can't believe that darn paper went flying in the back there. There's no way I'm going to get that out of there. And my aide is pregnant now, so she's certainly not going to be climbing over things and trying to get it. And I need that paper because that's my story to read tomorrow night at the meeting. And I have to go right from that meeting to a dry run of our worldwide. I thought you were talking about Blue. Our worldwide write-a-thon. So I have to go from meeting to that. And Wednesdays are normally, well, Charlie's not planning on streaming because of the weather, but they might. And then, of course, Laura is usually at 9 o'clock to 11. So I usually try to hit that if I can, if I'm not still talking to Charlie, of course. Don't always make it over there in time. Yeah, you totally get both of us. Exactly. I don't know if you were here the other day when we were talking about the term is not on the tip of my tongue. What were we talking about? I don't remember. Can't remember if you were here or not. We were talking about. I think you were. Now she has a husband in the sexual situation that they're in, which I can totally understand because I went through all that with my own. Then one night we were talking and I'm like, I don't know exactly what I am because I'm heterosexual, basically, but I was bi-curious. I've been with women. I'm not a lesbian. I'm not really exactly bisexual, but I have been with women. If the woman is really, really attractive, and appeals to me, it's a different story, but I'm not really. So I said, because we were talking about all that with Charlie and stuff, and I said, I really don't know what the hell I am. And right now I have actually no desire because they got what they call asexual, and there's a couple of other new names that I learned. You were here. Okay. So there's a couple other new terms that I learned, and I'm thinking, right now I really have no desire. There's no interest in sex at all. So I don't know if that changes my my being to something else or what. But there's just no interest. All right. I'm going to go ahead and start writing again. Well, I'm going to get popcorn and then I'm going to write again. So hopefully I'll see you back. If not, good night. Okay. That is another sprint down. I finally finished the story I was working on, and posted it on my blog. Now I'm checking some of the comments I've gotten from my YouTube. So I got more writing to do. I have my beta reader corrections to do. Eventually they'll get done. I do have a deadline now, so I don't have my normal take as long as you want kind of thing. I do have a deadline. But it's still May 1st. And May 1st is still a good ways away. So, even though it's some rewriting of certain areas, I don't know how long it's going to actually take me to write. I'm trying to keep my blog up to date. I try not to let it get too far behind. When I do that, it's hard to get back in the swing of things. So I work on as much as I can, keeping it up to date. So I write a lot of blog serialized prompts. So like, well, hi, gibberish. It was kind of weird the way that kind of popped on my screen. I'm like, whoa, something just said gibberish to me. I'm okay. I'm trying to keep myself busy. How was your day? I don't believe we've met. At least I don't remember seeing you before. Thank you for coming to my blog. Oh, I'm talking about blogs because that's what I was doing. I was writing stuff for my blog. Welcome to my channel, my live stream. Right now it's a little quiet because I'm waiting on people who have gone to do a few other things, and then they'll be back. So it's a little quiet here right now. I'm just writing, running sprints, and keeping an eye out for new people. Are you looking for some writing sprints? Because I'm getting ready to do another one. Now, I personally like longer sprints, so mine are usually 30 minutes, unless a new person, such as yourself, says that they prefer something a little bit shorter. I won't go down to 10 or 15 because by the time I get there, by the time I get set up, the time is done. But if you would like to write with me and you prefer 20, 25 rather than 30, I'm okay with lowering it down. Just have to let me know in the comments. What kind of writer genre do you write in? Although I'm mainly a blogger, I've written over thousands of short stories and flash fiction, poetry, etc. I'm on my first novel at the moment. Yeah, this is my first time here. I'm just reading my book, Layla, by Colleen Hoover. I love 30 minutes. It's perfect. Okay, wonderful. And here you can do whatever you want, whatever you want is fine with me. Reading, writing, cleaning, napping, as long as you're doing what you need to get done, then that's fine with me. So, good. We'll set another 30-minute sprint, and I can get on with my work on my blog before, because I have to finish up my blog before I start working on the edits for my story. It's in beta readers right now, and so I have corrections, lots of corrections to make before going to full editing. So I will set a 30-minute timer up for us. And usually when we come back, if you want to, you don't have to. You can, discuss what it is you did while you were, on the sprint, whether you wrote something or you read something or whatever. Now, the air is blowing in here, so the shades behind me are moving. So you can see what you actually see is my shades moving from the fan, because I'm on the 6th floor and it is hot up here. So no, it's not just you. And there's nobody here. It's just my shades moving in the breeze of the fan. So I'm going to go ahead and set the timer, and I will see you in 30 minutes. We're going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, so like I said, when we come back, if you have anything to report, whether you wrote, you read something, you want to say what you already told me what you're reading, whatever, I did the laundry, I took the trash out, whatever it is that you need to say, want to say. I should have someone back soon. She went to put her daughter to bed, and then there'll be a little bit more conversation. Right now it's just me. A little quiet here, and sometimes it gets really full of conversation. We do have conversations sometimes if there's something to discuss rather than write. We do have discussions. I keep it very laid back and easy, very whatever people want to do is fine with me. And I guess that's pretty much it. I mean, it's your first time here, so you're not really, sure about my stream. But like I said, I keep it fairly easygoing. We can talk, you can not talk. You don't have to talk. You can do whatever you want. Very, very laid back. And so I will see you in 28 minutes. I usually mute myself because I make a lot of noise. So I'm usually muted. Sometimes I come back and forget to unmute. If you notice my mouth is moving, but you can't hear me, then just put mute or can't hear you or something in the message. And I will fix the problem, because sometimes I do forget to unmute myself. Okay, if there's any questions, you can put them in the comments. Usually I can't see them when I'm working on another page, but if I see anything before the sprint is done, I will try to answer you. If I am writing in my Word document, then I can see the comments and the timer and stuff, so it's kind of iffy there. So I will see you in about 27 minutes. Okay, cool, Jen. Glad you're back. Let's see. I just canceled another thing coming out of my bank account. What a job. What a job. What is today? Technically it's the 10th. Okay. So that takes care of that one. All right. I'm still working. I just wanted to let you know I knew you were back. I'll be back. Okay. That time went fast. Busy trying to do financials right now. Instead of writing, I'm doing financials. So, didn't really, except for trying to get my bank account up to date. I keep a spreadsheet of expenses so I know what's going on. And of course, like I said, I've been canceling things, and I'm trying to work on getting as much as possible stopped. Some things I can't tell what they are. So I'm not exactly sure what everything is. I'm working on trying to stop as much as possible ahead of time. So, Jen, did you get anything done while you were back? I know you got back before the sprint, and my bank made me change the password, and it's so darn complicated now. It drives me crazy. Like if I was going to keep this bank account too much longer, I'd have to change the password because I can't do this. Too much on my brain. And they want you to have a separate password for everything you do. You know how many passwords most people have? Gotta be kidding. And remember them without writing them down? I don't know about you guys, but I can't do that. So cool. You got 465 words done. That's a good job. I don't know how much time you had when you came back, but that's a good amount of words. Oh, I hate passwords too. I mean, it's ridiculous that we have to do all this stuff. And now they want them to be even more complicated, and they want you to have a new one for everything you do. I'm like, it's not possible. And especially not remember. Can't remember all this stuff. Problem is that, they're getting like compromised, unfortunately. My phone number's on the black web. It's compromised. So I get a bunch of crap. And when I mean crap, I mean pornography too. Not just junk, but pornography. So it's been really fun. So Jen says, I also petted the cat. The Siamese was laying on my side as I talked to my daughter. Cute. I think they're happy for the night. Well, that's good. Glad to hear it. And I know Gibberish was reading a book. I have read about 21 pages. Pretty good. I have so many books to read. And I just ordered a bunch more. Like I really need to do that. But you know what? I think we talked about this. You know, the emotion thesaurus. I've used it a couple times now. And so last night when I was writing a section, I looked up the permission, the emotion, because this one's on emotions. It tells you, things that you can physically see, things you might physically feel, the kind of things, goes on, explains, different things. So, like some of them, of course, I knew, but seeing like all that stuff there and choose and having the choice of writing that description using things that mean that emotion, it's really pretty helpful book. So I'm glad I got it. It seems funny to see you saying gibberish. I keep forgetting that's the name that's on the that's on there. It's like, why are you calling that person gibberish? I know I don't have that book. I don't read a whole lot anymore. And when I do, we usually buy or like craft books on writing. And that emotional thesaurus has been really helpful so far. I like it. It helps, gives you ideas of how to say it and describe it. Pretty cool. And I got it. I ordered it, I thought, on Kindle, and it ended up with a very expensive used version. Person wrote in it. I was mad and I called Amazon. I said, I don't know what happened. I do not rarely order a book, physical book, but I would not pay twice as much for a used book that has damage to it than I would for a brand new book. Like, why? And they're like, they understood and they gave me a credit back. So they said, just keep the book. And the book, the damage, thankfully, was minor. It wasn't super bad. There's a little bit of writing in it. And I found it very helpful so far. It's like a paranormal thriller. Yeah, that's the kind of things I like to read. Sounds good. She typically writes romance, but has gone with thrillers as of late. Me and my thrillers. Sounds like me. Though I didn't write romance before. I'm writing romance kind of now. This particular stuff is kind of having some romance in it, but I'm not typically a romance writer either. And I suddenly decided to be a thriller. They're mysteries and not necessarily a psychological thriller or anything like that. But yeah, getting more. I figured you were referring to the book that Gibberish is reading. I became really obsessed with them, more so than horror. Then for a while, all I read was horror. And then I started getting into the thrillers, especially the psychological ones. But then again, I like a good lighthearted one as well. So, sometimes I'm not in the mood for something too deep. And I like the easier read mysteries, like Janet Ivanovich, Sue Grafton, and those kind. Kind of, depends on the mood I'm in, really. I just ordered one from Stephen King. I'm pretty sure I haven't written it. I'm pretty sure I have. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I haven't written it. Pretty sure I haven't read it because it's one of the newer ones. I had to use my Audible up and I couldn't find anything, so I decided to get a. So let me get a new one of his newer Stephen King's. It sounds pretty good, so. But of course, I cannot do that laying down because I'll go to sleep. It's a good sleeping aid for sure. Put on an audio book, I'll go to sleep. Yeah, if I put the TV on, I get involved in the TV and I can't go to sleep. But if I put an audio book on, I fall asleep with it. I don't know why. You would think I would get invested in the story there too, but it doesn't always work that way. So I wonder. I already got kicked out. Doggone it. My bank kicked me out already. I'm trying to write down, because like I said, I keep a spreadsheet, and I wanted to write all these charges down, and duh, kicked me out to go through the password nonsense again. Oh, I got plenty to write down for the next sprint, so I may not need to go back any further. I'm not sure. I'll have to see. And a couple of them, I don't know what they are. That one's from Apple. I think that may have been an update for something. So Gibber says, I like the book so far. I'm only 82 pages in. You're still in the beginning part of it. When it gets to the point that you can't put it down, that's the hard part. I remember I used to go, have to go to work in the morning. I don't now, but when I had to go to work, and I would end up reading something and spend all night reading it because I couldn't put the book down, and then I had to go to work without any sleep. It's hot in here. Okay, so what should we do? Another sprint? Are we ready? Verity. Is that the same author? Must be. Same first name. That's on my next list. Okay. Colleen Hoover. I got plenty to read and plenty to do. I need to start downsizing my mess. Wednesday, we're going to start the car. Have to clean it out. And there's a lot of junk in there that doesn't belong. And there's a lot of stuff that should be up here. A lot of stuff that probably needs to go to donations. Jen says Taryn Fisher is amazing too. Gibberish wants to read The Wives for her. Jen says, I am dipping into books I've read lately, and it's picked up by Amazon. That's going to be one of the hardest things. I'm so used to, I want something, I just go to Amazon and order it, and not having access to be able to do that, it's going to be a real pain. I won't be able to just order whatever I want to order. Oh, head itches. And they're going to make a series or movie from it. Interesting. If you have a friend that has Amazon, use your info. Well, my daughter has Amazon, but that doesn't mean she's going to let me use it. Because heaven forbid she should have to pay for something. I think they're going to get a really rude awakening when they realize that there are going to be certain things that they're going to have to put up with and actually take care of, because I'm not going to be able to pay for certain things that I may need. I mean, I only get to keep like $50 a month out of my check, and they take the rest of it. So, you know, I just can't be doing it. I won't have the money. If I need to get my hair done or need some new clothes, they aren't going to buy it for me. Well, they may find out they have to, but that ought to go over real well. What an aggravating thing. We'll see what happens. But I'm just like, just so easy, used to flipping right onto it and ordering whatever I feel like it. They do have a salon there. I can only imagine they're probably expensive as all get out. Because my dad's hair, when we went there the other night, I don't know if I told you, but his hair was so long. It's like, my God, he hasn't had a haircut? Because my sister used to take care of all that when she was able to go there physically all the time. But since they had cut off visits, like getting things done for him was hard. So she couldn't do anything much about it. But his hair is long, and he was always well groomed. I can only imagine he's very upset about that. But yeah, well, at least the one I looked at, and I know my dad's nursing home has some place to do that, but the pricing is probably expensive. I'll have to let my hair grow. But all right, I hate having my hair grow. I don't think they would be considering the clientele. I doubt they do consider the clientele. It's a job for them, not a charity. Well, see, that's the thing. It's not just a Medicaid facility. It's an actual assisted living apartment place, and these people have money, so it's not an issue for everybody. It's only going to be issues for people like me on Medicaid, and they only have a couple places in there that are Medicaid, so they're not going to be set up for the rest of, for us. They're going to be set up for regular people to pay, the cost of regular everything. I don't know how it's going to work. I don't know. We'll see eventually. Sometime. One thing I hate is not knowing when something's going to happen to me. They could call tomorrow and say, we found something. They could call a year from now and say, hey, we found something. It's like I have no idea. And part of me's like, well, good. The longer I get to stay here, the better off I am. I hope they're reasonable. Anyone should be. One can hope they're reasonable, but when dealing with the government, not necessarily. Jen said my mom and sister to a lady that works in one of those places, and she's reasonable. Very simple little salon. Well, one hopes. I'm hoping. Things like clothing and stuff like that. What do they expect me to get with, that little bit of money? I don't think my kids really understand. To tell you the truth. Your hair goddess is well praised too, thank goodness. I just paid just under $40 for my haircut. Now she's the master hair cutter at the place, so she costs me. But I like it. $50 per month is all I get out of my check every month. At least my dad's place is 50. I didn't hear her real well, but I assumed it's probably the same, $50 per month for, incidentals. But I don't know what this place provides and what it doesn't provide. Because assisted living places, these people, it's like living in a apartment complex. There's just certain medical things are available. But, they can have cable TV and this and that. It's not included. So I'm going to have no phone and no TV most likely because I can't afford it. You think you pay $20 or $25? I tell her that she should charge more. Well, mine does because it's as part of the chain that she's in, and she's the master stylist, so it's expensive. Whereas normally it used to be cheap, it got really out of hand, and then when they came up with these master stylists, it came even more out of hand. So I went for a little splurge. I had a head massage done, but she really didn't do that much. So I don't think she did any more than washed my hair just with a special shampoo instead of the regular stuff. And I paid extra for it. That's why it was so much more expensive. So I'm not sure that she really, did anything more that I had to pay that much more. It was a little expensive. So that may be the last time for that too. Even if I don't move. I'm not sure I'm going to be coming up with, almost $40 for a haircut. That's crazy. Oh, my knees. Doggone it. Oh, that's what I gotta cancel this. It's on Amazon. And it's one of those monthly, yeah, gibberish. I live alone right now, and physically I'm not really able to. So I have an aid and stuff that comes in. I get the state Medicaid. I don't know where you live, so I don't know if you know what I'm talking about. And I really can't live alone, and it's really dangerous. So I'm on the list for what they call assisted living because I need help. I need help bathing and dressing. I'm disabled. So, I can't be here alone. And I've had a couple incidences with medical crises that, could have died. Nobody would have known because nobody knows or cares to. I won't say nobody because my neighbor goes crazy if I don't answer the door. He really freaks out. So I can't say nobody, but my kids aren't too concerned about me. They don't want me living alone, but they don't want it to affect them. And it's going to affect them because they're going to find out there's going to be some things that I'm going to need and I'm not going to have money for because I don't get it. So we'll see what happens. Jen said she went to a woman once that was $60. Fabulous at her job, but ouch. Yeah. $60. Oh, wow. I was bad enough paying that much when I was getting my hair colored. But if it was just a phone cut, just a haircut, phone cut. Jeez. Yeah, I don't know where you're located. I'm in the U.S., so, no. Yeah, Jen. You're paying for two people when you go, so yeah, it's even worse. Yourself and your child. And she's a teen, so of course she's going to want her hair looking nice. Her hair is gorgeous. Well, that's nice. I'm lucky I have a lot of hair because at I have my mother's baldness, but I have my dad's hair. So his hair is super thick. So even though my hair is falling out like my mother's, I have so much hair you don't know it. I do get it thinned out still. So trying to remember all the things I have to do. Oh, there's the auto delivery. Okay. It is on my list. Just have to take care of it. Yeah, so. And right now, things are so crazy with them trying to help his mother out. So, in a way, I hope it takes a few months before they find something so that they can get her taken care of and then be able to actually pay attention to what I'm doing and not having a fit because I'm taking up valuable time. There'll be an argument between the girls. Karen doesn't help. Karen doesn't do this. Karen doesn't do that. Well, Kathy's not perfect, though Kathy likes to think she is. Yeah, kids. And they're all adults with act like squabbling teenagers sometimes. Pain in the butt. Yeah, it could take a while. It could take years. I mean, there's no guarantee. It's kind of one of these things where, lucking out at the right time. They put a referral over there, and at the same time, an opening happens to open up. You might get a chance to get in before somebody else who's on the waiting list. But at the moment, I'm kind of on a waiting list, But she had hoped that that one place was still open. But since I haven't heard from her in a couple of days, I'm pretty sure it probably isn't, or she would have called me by now. So, but in some ways, I hope it does take that way. The stress is off because right now the kids they're totally stressed. I understand that. And then having me having to move on top of everything else that they're dealing with now with the mother-in-law, with his mother, her mother-in-law, you know, trying to help her with her big house and sell everything and pack it up, find a place to live and move. And it's a big job. And then, here I come along the same time and they're like, oh, Mom, like, I can't help it. It is what it is right now. So all we can do is hope that it takes a little while so that they have time to get done job number one before they have to take on job number two. And in the meantime, I have to start working. Like, I have a ton of paperwork. I can't cart all this paperwork. So it's time to get rid of the paperwork. you know. So we'll see what happens. I think this will work out the way it's supposed to. Well, I think everything works out the way it's supposed to in the end, even though it may not seem like it at the time. So whatever's going to happen, is what's supposed to happen. And hopefully, like I said, right now, ideally, not being able to move for a few months would make things, one, they can finish the job they're doing. Two, I can pay off my bills because I have to pay off my bills. If we get the stimulus, please God, hopefully I can pay off my bills. And because I have to do that, and then I have to do something with the car. But it won't be a lot because the car is old and beat up and, and it's kind of scary. New people, living with somebody that I don't know. It's hard enough living with somebody you do know. Not living with somebody you don't know. It can be very difficult. And I mean, it would be great to have, if their food is good, of course, 3 meals a day and 3 snacks a day, and somebody watching my diet because I have trouble with that. Someone making sure I get the right medications because I'm not doing very good with that either. I need help. And, that's the whole idea here. My son just said, good, because he was trying to figure out a way to help me. And he knew I didn't want to go to a nursing home. So the assisted living is not as severe as the nursing home. So, he's okay because he worries about me. But he's in North Carolina. I'm in New Jersey, and it's hard. He doesn't get a chance, to see me much anymore. I saw him 1 year ago. He came back in March when the first major pandemic thing happened in March. That's the last time I've seen my son. But as long as I don't have to give up my writing, I mean, that's one of the big things, you know, not having to give up my writing because I enjoy writing. Shiver says, oh, I plan on living with my parents as I get older. Well, see, I did. However, I'm 64 now. My dad is 89 and in a nursing home, and my mom has passed away. So, you know, you can only go so far before that becomes a non-issue. I can't live with my parents anymore. Doesn't work that way. But I did with my dad and mom for 14 years. So I did spend 14 years there. I just moved out into public housing because I knew he was, you know, getting up there, and my mom had already passed away 6 or so years before that. And I needed a place to go. And I just moved in here, and a couple months later, he had a stroke, a major stroke. So he's in a nursing home and has been for 3.5 years. So, you know, you can hope that it works out and you can continue to live with them. Sometimes, like in this case, it didn't work out. It definitely saves money. I mean, because I was disabled and I wasn't bringing money in, except my little disability check, my parents didn't charge me rent. So I was able to, you know, survive. Yeah, as long as everyone gets along. That can sometimes be an issue. After my mom passed away, my son moved in with my dad and I. So it was the three of us. And, you know, we all, thankfully, even though at first there was a lot of problems between him and my son, things did get better. Gibberish says, yeah, I mean, when my parents get older, they can stay with me and I'll take care of them. I'm not sending them to a nursing home. Well, that is okay if you've got the money to have nursing come in. My dad needed 24-hour nursing. He didn't have any money. We don't have any money. So that was not an option. But yeah, if you can do that, that's great. You know, it's wonderful. My dad took care of my mom. She did not go to a nursing home, even though she wanted to. She kept telling them to send me to a nursing home. And we're trying to explain to her that you don't want to do that, Mom, because, you know, here, if you need something, somebody's going to get it for you. But in a nursing home, you'll get it whenever they get around to it. You know, she was trying to make it easier on my dad, but she didn't understand what was going to happen. So we talked her out of that, and she stayed at the house, and he took care of her. He didn't like my sister and I doing much. Every now and then he let us help a little bit, but for the most part we weren't allowed. He wanted to take care of his wife himself. It was his job, he felt, to take care of his wife. And he was very, you know, very insistent that it just be him. But I spent a lot of time with her. Like, I knew he didn't like having to sit in the house and just sit there and stare at the TV and not say anything. So, you know, I would sit with her, keep her, you know, talk to her, keep her occupied so he could go out and do things, you know, get a chance to go out and spend some time alone, go to the store, you know, not be, you know, stuck in the house all the time, you know, with just my mom. So that's the only way he'd let me help. My sister and I weren't allowed to help otherwise. That was his job. But when it came to him, he had a major stroke and he has major brain damage and dementia. So he can't be alone, and we cannot afford 24-hour nursing. So he has to be in a nursing home. It's not an option otherwise. I think it's so heartbreaking that one day I'll have to live without my parents. Like, I don't know what I'm going to do. It is hard. And there are still days. Now, my dad's been in there for 3.5 years. My mom's been gone for almost 8 years. And there are days when I wake up and say, oh, I got to go tell mom. Oh, I can't tell mom. I got to go tell dad. No, I can't even tell my dad. And yeah, it's hard. It is hard. Very hard. I just got to see him the other day, and I haven't seen him since the summertime. And he went through COVID and everything in the nursing home. He had COVID, but luckily he wasn't very sick. Thank God. Well, I'll tell you, when I was younger, I didn't think it was possible to live without them. And I thought, the end of my life, yeah, see, you're just still young. It will get easier as you get older. I'm not going to say in the next few years. I'm saying, like, I'm 64 now. I've finally gotten to a point where I can accept the fact that my mom is gone and my dad is almost gone. He's 89 years old. He's got, a major brain damage and dementia. So it wasn't as hard as I thought it was going to be. But it is rough. I won't say it's easy. Definitely not easy. Oh, what did I knock over? Bottle. Knocking things over around here. So yeah, it gets it does get easier when you get older and can understand more about life. You're still young. I mean, I totally freaked out when I was in, I don't know, my 30s or so, and my dad and mom are trying to tell me what to do if they pass away, and I'm like, I don't want to hear this. Get away from me. Don't be telling me that stuff. And like, I, like, flipped out, and they had to name my sister. I said, my sister's younger. I said, she's gonna have to deal with it. I can't do it. You don't have any siblings except the half brother in Canada. You live in the US. You were raised as an only child. I have siblings. One decided to take himself off. He doesn't seem to think that he needs to be part of the family anymore. He does not bother to call and ask how our father is doing. He never bothered with our mother. And he hurt our parents very much. Pretty lousy. My sister and I take care of my dad as much as we can, but like I said, with the 24-hour nursing, we can't do anything. So it's rough. It's definitely rough. And now, of course, I'm at an age where I need help myself. I can't even help myself. I need help. I'm disabled. My kids don't quite understand You know, they don't see the seriousness of the fact that I need someone to help me. So I need to go to a facility because of my kids. What can I say? I hope everything goes well with you and that, you know, everything goes well with your parents. If you're 18, they're still pretty young themselves, most likely. So, barring any issues, you probably have a while before you have to worry about any of that. It is so hot in here. It's hot enough now, I could probably put the air on because it's probably hot enough outside, too. You know, what's today? Iffy. It's 39 degrees. Thursday's going to be 70. Hmm. I don't know what kind of plan that is. Oh, your parents aren't young. They had you late in life and they have a lot of health issues, diabetes, high blood pressure, eye problems. Okay. Oh, well, that does make it a little rough then. Jen says I'm basically an only child since my siblings are quite a bit older than I am. But we just don't click and I'm not all that close to my parents. I am tapping out in 15 minutes. uh, yeah, I'm thinking about making a couple of videos. I'm still awake. I don't know if I'll write anymore, but I'm definitely going to make a couple videos. Because I can't make them during the day because between the phone ringing and the neighbors and all the racket around here, it's easier to make them in the middle of the night. Jen says my parents had me later in life too. They're up there in years. Well, I was not born in later years. My parents were around 25, I think, when I was born. And then I have two younger siblings. Now, my children, I had two when I was young, and then 8 years later, I had another one. So my youngest child is 34 or 33. I can't remember which. He's one of those, and the older two are in their early 40s. But my kids don't have the same, you know, the same feelings that you have. for your parents and wanting to take care of them and everything. My kids don't have that. They don't think that they should have to do that. They're raising their family and they should not have to take care of their mother. It's the way they feel. And I can't do a darn thing about it. Shan says, I think the oldest sibling is 9 years older than I am. There's 8 years between my middle daughter and 10 years between my oldest daughter and him. We planned on having 3 kids, but we were in the military at the time, and then we didn't have enough time to have the last child. So we decided to wait, and then when we decided to have him, I said, look, I don't want to be older than 30. So I was 30 years old when I had my last child. And I found that harder than having the first 2 when I was in my early 20s, believe me. Having children in your early 20s is a lot easier. And my daughter, the middle one, just had a baby at 41. And she's like, oh my God, I can't believe how hard this is. You know, her first child is 23 years old. Her second child is 14 years old. And her baby's a year old now. Jen, and being that I'm this weird writer that nobody gets, it's hard. My kids don't care at all about my writing. They don't want to hear about it. They don't want to read it. They don't want nothing. I have enough trouble getting them to take care of me. It really sucks sometimes. I just want to be able to continue streaming once I move to the assisted living place. I hate to think that I'm going to lose out on my live streaming. I love streaming. I love my little group of people. They're a great group of people, and I really will miss them if I can't stream anymore. But I may not be able to. Well, if mine have read the book, then I don't know what to say. I mean, they care and all. You just don't get writing if you're not a writer, and the complexity of it. Oh yeah, I'm sure they have no idea how hard it is to write a book. I'm sure they think it's easy as anything. No big deal, you know. It's a big deal. Mine hate to read, period. So it's not just me they don't read. They don't read anybody. They hate reading, period. It's just so hot. I live on the 6th floor, and I'll tell you, it gets so doggone hot up here. They wonder why I write darker things. It's what I cling to for writing. Not to mention the smut. uh, our families are never going to understand this. I've had to resign myself to that fact. The idea of anyone I know reading that scene is embarrassing, even though I really love it. Yeah, he used to write some great stuff like that, and it's like, oh my god, if my family knew I wrote this shit. uh, but I used to love it, and I used to pour it out. And my friend, he loved it because it was right up his alley. He really enjoyed it. Oh, shoot, I don't need these things on. The timer's not going to go off. That's the only reason I need it on. Give my ears room to breathe. Holy cow. uh, my dad did send me a really sweet e-card when I published. That was nice. I think my daughter found that scene. I told her, stop nosing around. Oh, gosh. That was one of the things why I wanted to get all that stuff as much as possible off my computer, because I didn't want something to happen to me and my family start going through and finding that stuff. So I deleted it off my computer. I'm like, oh God, I don't want them reading that. All right, this thing's driving me nuts. Off. Oh, not sprinting anymore, so I can turn that off. Oh, my hair's sticking out from that thing on my head. Oh, that looks beautiful. Wonderful hair. See how much shorter it is, Jen? Not hanging in my eyeballs. She knows I write smut and get paid for it. What can you do? Raise her right. That's all you can do. I'm sure if it was a choice between not having anything and having things paid for by smut, she'd rather you write the smut and have things. I'm sure. It is. I like it. I can't wait to cut a bunch of mine off. Thank you. Yes. It feels so much lighter without all that hair. Oh my gosh. You're waiting for an opening. Well, it may mean I had the appointment was 4 weeks ago, but then they called and said we have to put it out 2 weeks because the stylist isn't in. And then we had that bad snowstorm, so I had to cancel. So that put me another 2 weeks out. So it was supposed to have been done before then. She laughs about it. She's 16, so it's all good. Well, that's good. And you're not hiding stuff from her, so that's good too. She knows that it's just writing. Yeah, at 16, she should be able to figure that out. I'm sure, well, I don't know if she likes to read or not. My kids all hated reading, so I don't know. Can't say anything since mine hated it, but that's what another reason why they're not interested, because they hate reading, you know. I thought maybe they'd want to read their, the memoir I wrote because it's about them and as babies and when they were born and, kind of little catchy little thing. And they didn't care. They really didn't care. I do try and hide messages from clients on my phone though. I laughed about that today. They'd be inappropriate if it was any other child. uh, she's so on reading. Oh, gee. I said I had 3 kids. I can't believe none of you like to read. How did I have 3 kids and none of them like to read? Crazy. It makes me sad that she doesn't love reading. Well, that's what I said. I said, can't believe none of you like to read. And I love it so much, and it can't even share something I love with you guys because you hate it so much. My son will read if it's something like psychology or, something like that. Or something on his phone on some crazy, type of thing that's happening in the world or whatever. It's 11 there. Yeah, it's 2 here. Laura streams tomorrow night at 9 o'clock. Because it's Wednesday. So 9 o'clock. I don't know whether I'll be there or late or what, because I have a dry run for the worldwide write-a-thon with my host, who has absolutely no idea what she's doing, wants to do a dry run. So we're doing that tomorrow, so I may or may not make it to Laura's stream, depending on how long she's running that thing. So, otherwise I will be there if I can, for sure. It's 2 a.m. here, so. I'm streaming Thursday, but I'm not streaming Friday because, if the worldwide write-a-thon starts so early Saturday morning, so I decided not to. I have the vaccine. I've already been vaccinated, yes. I got done in February. So no Friday, just Thursday. Yeah, they're getting down there about that age. I know my sister, she's not quite 60, and she says, they're getting ready to set up her appointment. So that's where they are in the timeline. Okay, that works. Well, that's good. I'm glad it works. We could write without a stream. We all could, but we all like to write with streams because we like the encouragement of other writers. I mean, that's what most people get out of it, is the camaraderie of having somebody else. Okay, Jen, going to bed. See you Thursday. Good night. Good night. Good night. I'm probably going to sign off now, too. I don't know where you are, Gibberish, but it's 2 a.m. where I am, so I need to start getting myself together to, well, one, I want to do a couple videos, and then I need to go to bed myself. So. All right. Thanks for stopping by. Hope I'll see you again soon. I stream most nights. I have 5 scheduled streams every week, except for Monday and Wednesday night. Wednesday, I'm on somebody else's stream. Monday, I don't stream at all. The rest of the week, I stream in the Eastern Standard Time. Weekends at 5, and during the week at 7 Eastern Standard Time. So, all right, you're in the same time zone as I am then. Yeah, so all mine are Eastern Standard Time. So 7 o'clock during the week and 5 o'clock on the weekends. Just this week I won't be doing Friday because of the special worldwide write-a-thon they're having this weekend. Okay, great. I'll be looking forward to seeing you again. Night, guys.